All right, yo. Yo. Yep. What's up?
You know, I've seen other Hongshan swordmancers, and everyone seems to perform the same move differently.
Well, Hongshan swordmancy focuses on the will, not the form. Being one with the blade is far more important than drilling a move over and over.
Yo, what's up, Jewel? What's up, Chaos? Yo, what's up? What's up? How's it going? I need to send my Discord notification. Hello? Alright. It's been sent. It is sent. Are you the one with the blade, Volp, or are you drilling over and over? I don't know. What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Yo, what's up, Aru? What's up? Let's just knock one of these out really fast.
Time to fight.
Position reached. Maintain comms.
Yay!
Man, so
Teamwork. Outstanding technique.
people kind of liked 1.4, huh? Dude, let me just like stretch really quick while this thing plays. Oh, one of Chen's idols. Oh, okay. Gotcha. He actually started stream. Because I think we can take the little like gap that occurred. I think we can just take that as like, you know, I was just kind of like, you know, like I saw the 1.4 story, like I played it, and then I was like, oh, I really want to like make a really in-depth video on it. So then I did that, but then and that's why like I was spending all my time doing that. But I don't know if I'm gonna do that again anytime soon. So we're gonna go back to our regularly scheduled programming. I mean, at least until like the next story quest or whatever. So back to our regularly scheduled programming. I have a lot of stuff to do in this game.
The team is ready for the mission.
Yo, what's up, Diamond Dog? What's up, bro? 1.4 is really peaked so far. Really turned things around for many people. Yeah, I think 1.4 is like something that a lot of people were waiting for. You know what I mean? A lot of people were kind of waiting for that that jump. I think like I'm really happy with the improvement in like storytelling presentation. Like I thought there was a lot of improvements that just made the story like watching and how they conveyed the message was just so much more effective and better. Even though I think the stories in the past had really good messages, it's just that like you can't expect the gacha audience to care about the message if it's not like, you know, tickling their whatever. You know what I mean? So they're not going to care about like the larger message, even if it's there's a good story being told, even if it's not, you know. Casually standing in the middle of the alluvium, you always go to the stairs. I never thought to just leave. I guess you could just activate it and leave and then let your turrets do everything and then come back, but I'll be fine. I'll live. I gotta have a use for those like tacticals. Why did I refresh? I should have bought the other ones. Whatever. Here we go. So there's this so I think this right here is the arcane like epilogue kind of quest. And I really want to do this because I heard that they I guess we'll just watch it and see, but I mean most of y'all probably played it already, but I heard that they kind of confirmed something that I'd been wanting or that I had expected and kind of wanted. So now we'll have to listen to they should have been doing that since the beginning. I mean, we already had to listen to all that. We already had to listen to all that. Craziness. The build up in 1.0 to 1.3 paying off in 1.4 is super satisfying. Yeah, I thought the like at the very least the like thematic build up was really satisfying in Wuling, because like it really does, it feels like there's continuity, you know, there's continuity in that, you know, you have characters like Fong Yi who are expressing their change and their growth, you know, through their actions. So it's just satisfying and good. I feel like, is the stream's fine, right? I feel like I almost forgot something, but I always feel like that. I have to actually learn how to play Arcane a little bit. Oh my god. As always, Rossi fits perfectly into as Rossi fits into every single team. She fits perfectly in here. But I had a stroke hearing someone say the game has been in freefall since launch on the LARPcast yesterday. The LARPcast. Weren't there, like, yeah, 1.4 kind of like, there were a lot of like podcasts and like people discussing or something. So like, it's kind of like a lot of people are talking about the game, I guess. I guess this is worth, huh? For 100K.
Hi, Endman.
So what was the deal with the podcasts that were going down? I feel like you almost never want Solidify. I guess Gilberta does shatter it for some big damage, but I feel like you almost never want Solidify on this team. You want Corrosion, right? Basically, everyone cares only about hype, cinema, and aura. Even in 1.4, I think not many people understand what they've actually seen. Yeah. That's kind of what my video was meant to... That's kind of why I felt such a strong desire to make my video that I made. Even though, like, I kind of knew when I was making it that, like, it wasn't going to get many views. And it wasn't going to be, like, you know... I kind of knew it wasn't going to be that big. But I just felt like... Wait, hold on. Wait for this. I want if we can get another 4 or 5, I mean, I'll just double it. Why not?
I won't let anyone.
I don't know. I kind of knew. So, but the thing is, like, I just thought that the themes and the meaning of the story being conveyed, I liked it so much that I just thought I want to just put that out there. You know, that's really all I wanted to do. I don't really understand this. I really don't understand this team. Like I mean, it works if you can spam skill points, but what if you can't? Okay. Okay. Who do you think is her? I mean, I kind of talked about it in the video. Go watch the video again if I need the fucking algorithm push. I need the views in the algorithm push. No, I mean, who's her? It could be anybody. I think a lot of people are leaning towards Perlica. Like for Alecreos is her. I think a lot of people are either leaning towards Perlica or maybe M3 even. And then for Nephris, her, maybe it was the prologue girl who they said is like Death, something like that. Her name is Death. So pull up second chat just in case here. Yo, what's up, Maxim? What's up, bro? The LARP cast, it was Kuki, Isaac Supa, and Isaac Wolf. Were they calling it the LARP cast, or is that what everyone else is calling it? Because if they were calling it the LARP cast, I can, without guilt, also call it the LARP cast, but because it's funny. But if I don't know. People thought setup equals bad story before we even reach the payoff. Many such cases. Well, it's not even setup, right? That's the thing. It's like, to me, so like, it's like a trap. This is like a trap that happens when it comes to like discourse around the gacha games, because like we're kind of sitting there like, oh, like you know, I thought the story was good, there were good parts to it, and then other people start talking about how it's not good. So we're thinking about like, how do you explain excuse me, that either the feelings that they had, or why we thought it was good, or maybe why we think it wasn't as whatever, right? And then it kind of gets to this point where it's like, oh, but this was set up, so like you can't expect it to be as hype or impactful as like the payoff that's going to come. But the thing is like I think that's just like a narrow way of looking at storytelling, as just like, this is set up and this is payoff. Because the thing is, like, there are redeeming qualities and good things about those earlier stories. They're not just purely like set up for the later stuff, right? Which is why, like, you know, if someone's trying to like trap you in this like debate bro stuff, where like, you know, they're trying to trap you in like defending like setup as being whatever, or like defending like a boring story, because saying like, oh, it's set up is kind of like admitting that it's boring, when like it's not boring. It was never boring. You know what I mean? I heard Caps one with Ryuku was decent, but haven't watched it because you're playing through it still. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen that, like all of that yet, but oh my god, what is this? Bro, is anybody solving this? Excuse me, what the heck? Is anybody like actually solving these on their own? Can't even fit this anywhere. Anyway. Tuned into that podcast the exact moment that was being said, and the only pushback offered by Kuki was, at least it landed on a floating platform. Tuned right out, lol. Wait, hold on. Which one landed on what? What does that mean, landed on a floating platform? What does that even mean? Podcast conclusion is that 1.4 extended their stay in Endfield, Lamal. Yeah, it's such a weird like framework for even discussing also. Like, you know, there's like, I don't know, dude. It's like, this is like not helpful. This hint is not helpful, but it's just such a weird framework to like discuss the game in. Like, oh, it extended my stay in Enfield. Like, okay. That's like singing praise about the game. That's really singing its praises. Oh, it stopped me from quitting. Okay. On the Ryukyu podcast, you were surprised everyone disliked 1.1. Dude, 1.1 is I talked about this in the Discord a little bit, but like I went back, and I know I'm already really behind on the chat, but I'm gonna answer this. I went back to like watch some 1.1 for background footage and stuff, and I think like in terms of story presentation, you could tell there were some weak parts, because there were several parts that were like really emotional character moments for Tong Tong, like really central to like her character arc, you know. And you know, basically she, like, her VA would be like giving this really emotional performance, and then it would cut back to the Endman who would kind of, and they would give you one of those fake dialogue choices, and then the Endman would do like one of those generic like stock movements like this or like whatever, and then they like they wouldn't be voiced, so it kind of like undercuts so much of the impactful like presentation of the moment. But the thing is, like, the story that was being told in 1.1, it was, I thought, like, really good, like actually like a really meaningful story. So like understanding the meaning behind that story was like pretty important to the, you know, even like understanding like Arcane's arc later on, and then like just understanding, you know, all of these like themes about civilization and like how you know, unity and people working together and stuff. So I don't know, like still worth like analyzing and understanding for that reason. Which also, yeah, like when I heard people just like talking like, oh, 1.1 is shit, 1.1 is ass, I'm just like, okay, like can we be like a little more nuanced? Like can we you know, like can we have a little more nuance than that, maybe, you know? Maybe not. Maybe that's too much to ask. So you think her was either M3 or M3 knows her? M3 is sus and knows a little more than she's letting on. Oh, you guys were calling it the LARPcast? Oh. Your guess is that M3 is her? She's very much a major character, even if she's in the background for now? Yeah. Fair enough. The issue is people will answer. Well, let me make sure my audio is set up so that if I tab out, it's still mute when Windows active, off. Okay. Yeah, so the game didn't spoon feed them everything right from the start, and therefore it's bad writing. Tobro hates. Why are we even listening to what Tobro says anymore? What did he update another pinned comment in one of his videos? He's not even like making discussions or real videos or anything about the game. Why do we even care? Why do we even care? He's not actually engaging with the game. He's like he's fucking updating pinned comments every single patch. Why are we even going back and reading pinned comments on old videos to know what Tobro has to say? Sorry. Is that harsh? Maybe. Maybe. Anyway, hates Sa and called 1.4 Aura Slop. Great. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, everything he says is irrelevant to me. It's fucking irrelevant. Dude, I also said this in the Discord earlier today, but like, dude, I'm just so over engaging with haters. Like, it's one thing to have discussions with people, like, you know, good faith people about the story in the game and stuff, and then you can like critique and criticize. You know, a lot of the times we'll critique and criticize the exact same things that the haters might try and say, but the haters are literally like doing it with an agenda. Like they're like emotionally, like they're just emotional and they're angry and they're just haters. Like they will never ever, you know, maybe probably come to a point where they appreciate the game or like enjoy it or enjoy being in the community with like other people who like the game. Like, they're never ever going to reach that point. So why are we even caring? Why do we even care what these people think? You know? And like, I don't need to engage with these people because it's like a humiliation ritual if trying to engage with those people. Like, I'm having to crawl on my hands and knees. Like, please, sir, just admit that this one part of the game is good. Yeah, no, you're some of the things you're saying are really, really good, sir. But just, you have to admit that like this was good, right? Like, why do we fucking care, bro? Why do we care? It's a humiliation ritual. We have more self-respect than that. It's just weird. It's just weird. Anyway. At the point where I tell these tribal CCs that still hate on Endfield to just uninstall, like just serious, just uninstall and move on. Yeah. Well, the thing is, negative drama videos get views. So, and the thing is like, yeah, it's just, they just get views. So like, obviously you're going to farm that, right? Obviously. And cause like, in a way, it's like if you genuinely hate something, it feels more authentic to make hate videos on that thing than like to pretend to hate something else to farm hate videos on something, you know what I mean? So you might as well just farm the hate views on the thing that you genuinely don't like. So, you know, it's efficient. Wanted to watch that podcast because you like the Eisen guy, but you don't care for the disorganization of the rest? Well, you know. Oh, it means it didn't land on rock bottom and managed to survive? Oh yeah, that's great. That's... like, why is it like, even when you compliment the game, it has to be like these very backhanded compliments, you know what I mean? Like, does that... you know? We can't have hype and aura moments without the setup. People just had no patience for anything to be built. At some point, I feel like people wanted long-winded exposition dumps. I guess. It's like, I usually don't really think about those moments in terms of like hype and aura moments though, you know? Like, it's become such an overused, they've become just overused terms that I don't even think of them that way anymore. Vimos? Well. In Ryuku's podcast, they're also surprisingly all in favor of 1.0. 1.0 was good for like an introduction to the world, you know? Kind of, I think it did a decent job of getting you like immersed in the setting. You know what I mean? Like, I'm glad we've like progressed in our storytelling capability since then, but I think like it, like, I don't know, like it made me kind of like fall in love with the game. Not necessarily like the plot, but I definitely felt this, you know, as we were going from place to place, you know, helping each location, it definitely felt like an Endfield thing, you know? Oh, like, this is what Endfield does, right? Like, we're going from this place to this place. You meet the people that live there. You kind of like help them out. You go to the next place. But I'm glad that we've, you know, I like where we're going with the story now. So. I think there's a big gap between production and consumption, meaning there's a disconnect where people don't look at this game as a living product, where the devs are actively learning themselves. Yeah, dude, I think you can very clearly see the progression and like the developer expertise from like 1.0 to now. And because you have to remember that like 1.0 would have been being made like it was made like a long time ago. You know what I mean? Like as far as like development on the game goes, a lot of that stuff was probably like conceived of and then made a long time before. And then even like, you know, even like 1.2, it would have been made a long time after like the 1.0 stuff was made. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? It's just like, basically like all of that experience is obviously like compounding. I think 1.1 just needed more Ronnie talking with Ardashir. Maybe. maybe a bit more like Ardashir integration for people to understand. Like, I don't know. I just think that because the theme of 1.1 was, you know, excuse me, don't let the past, you know, excuse me, essentially like don't live in the past, don't let the past disrupt your future, even if it's like very traumatic. You know, the world keeps spinning. You kind of have to keep living, and you can either choose to move forward like Tong Tong and Fongy and Mifu and all of them did, or you can like live in the past and then deal with all of the consequences of that like Ronyi did, which is not good. So Tong Tong's story was your personal favorite? I really like the meaning of it. Again, when I was watching the presentation probably could have been better, but that's all stuff that comes with time. Like presentation, that's one of the things is presentation of 1.4 was like so much better. Like there was so many cutscenes and character model animations where characters are moving so like fluidly, like facial animations. The VAs were like really knocking it out of the park. The administrator had like more voiced lines, so their role actually felt real and impactful. So there've been a lot of improvements already in like a short amount of time. I'd love if 1.1 went more into why the Stockaders are so against Wulingers before the incident. Like they mentioned they're poor because Wulingers are rich, but why? Oh damn. Class consciousness? I don't know. People want high moments at every second, which is unrealistic. I mean, the thing is, like, do people want that? Because I feel like
I'm the Crimson Beast.
I feel like a lot of times people don't know what they want, you know? And that's one of the biggest, like, you were talking about, there's also a gap between, like, consumer and production. Like, people, let's be real, like, most consumers don't actually know what they want. They know when they get a product in front of them if they're, like, having fun and enjoying it, I guess. But they don't, like, know what they want. You know? They're not, like, the professionals that create the stuff. They don't really know. They just, you know, they just kind of know if they're enjoying whatever they're playing. So, you know, if they're saying they want more hype moments or like they feel like the buildup is low, they probably don't even know why they don't like something. Like most people, this goes back to the whole like critique versus criticism thing. And like, again, this is probably going to sound like arrogant, but you know, I mean, I fall into this trap too. But like most people aren't genuinely like thinking deeply about why they feel the way they feel about certain things. And so like, they probably don't even know why they didn't like the story or what could have been better about it or like whatever, you know, like, I honestly don't really care. That's why I'm more like, if someone's a hater, I don't really care. Like, it's already hard enough to like parse feedback and have discussions. Like, if someone's just a hater, like, I don't fucking care what they say. Like, it's already hard enough. You know, it's already hard enough like dissecting how you feel and how media works and all that stuff. Yeah, the scene where Tong Tong and Ronnie are standing in the rain. Yeah, that was a good scene. Yeah. Yeah, that was a really good scene. And I mean, those are the kind of scenes we got more of in, I feel like, in 1.4, right? The Redditors / Twitter demons are saying everything in 1.4 was ass. Oh, everything before 1.4 was ass. Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
The Endman's catching some rest.
Yeah.
Long distance hauls.
Her can mean whoever made the mask for us, because Alecryos points at it as well.
Time to unwind.
I think him infecting us with ether can be an attempt to make us remember. Interesting. I don't know. It's an interesting theory. What you said before you tried watching Mephisto's Echoes of War video? Dude, Echoes of War is the other thing where, you know, like people are criticizing Echoes of War, and like I get that it's essentially like timer slop or rotation slop or whatever at the end of the day, but like you know, no glaze, okay, no glaze, like real talk, okay, real talk. I know I'm biased, but real talk. Echoes of War is the best implementation of timer slop that a gacha game has seen, and I think it's really hard to argue against that, because it's like, you know, it doesn't arbitrarily force you to have multiple different teams, right? It the like all the gacha currency is super easy to get, while the actual like difficult DPS check rotation thing is like just there for cosmetic, like what's it called, vanity. It's like vanity rewards. So and it's like for the people that enjoy learning how to like squeeze DPS out of their teams, they can play and do that. It's like it's perfect. It's the best. Like let's just you know what? Let's just stop pretending. Like it is just the best form of it. And you know, like it's every now and then. It's essentially, if you don't want to engage with like the strict timer, it's essentially just more Umbral Monument stages. That's all it is. Essentially just more Umbral Monument stages, which is to me just good. Some people should feel so much more humility before they open their mouth. I guess wise words we could all live by. I guess we should all remember these wise words. Nobody enjoys video games anymore. Everyone wants to be a hypercritical fedora tipping reviewer who's more interested in monitoring whether the game will flop or not instead of actually playing it. Yeah. So real, these people will never admit to ever being wrong about anything. People really should just stop paying attention to these. Yeah. The haters, yeah. Yeah.
Rusty spear, rusty tie, pouches, powder, duck and white.
They'll never just uninstall though. They'll make a video titled "Why I Quit Endfield" and the thumbnail is Perlica with her eyes crossed out with a black rec. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah. Well, guys, I mean, look, like the state of like content in Gacha is, you know, like that's just kind of what's been cultivated, I suppose. That's what people like. First time tuning in, yo, what's up, Kip? Welcome. Yeah, the smallest praise has to be wrapped in negativity and concern every single time. Nothing can ever be appreciated for what it is. Always needs to be nitpicked. But dare speak up against the unnecessary negativity once and you're branded a shill and corporate bootlicker. Oh yeah, don't forget the toxic positivity either, by the way. Don't forget the toxic positivity. I'm maxing out. Wait a sec. Wait, it's gonna be an insane stage.
You're in command.
The Arcane can do this. He was crying his ass off for half an hour straight, so I better not see his ass talk about riding again. Well. I think the backhanded compliments are a covert way to fence it, so you can pivot when you want to whatever the general or consensus is. Yeah. Maybe, yeah. The issue with Mephisto is that he says he doesn't like limiting himself, then proceeds to call CC mid because it doesn't fit his taste, instead of saying it just doesn't fit my taste. I think I kind of know what you're getting at. I mean, I didn't really watch his Echoes of War. I haven't really thought his takes were that, yeah, you know. Haven't really gotten much value out of those takes in a sec, I suppose. You think Rossi targets one of the big guys here, or she targets a little guy? Alright, good. Dude, using a skill once and getting 3 combos is like the best feeling ever. Did Arcane just die? Did Arcane just die? I feel like, yeah, I don't know. Like the thing with the whole Echoes of War thing. How did Arcane die? I just feel like, I don't know, I just feel like Arcane, like, when a game does something like so well to me, and I feel like they did make so many improvements on the whole like timer slop formula of like game mode. I feel like you should give credit to that rather than just completely being negative about the mode, because like I want to see Silver Palace, for example, if they're gonna have timer slop, I want them to do it the way that Enfield has done it, rather than just like copy pasting what, you know, Genshin and HSR and, well, HSR is turn-based, but like, you know, ZZZ and Wuthering Waves and Genshin, like, rather than just copy pasting that, I want to see them do it the way that Enfield has done it. And so like, this is part of the problem with, you know, all this like constant like whining and complaining without doing like a true like critique or like a true like, let me think deeply about this thing. Because now all we've done, because, you know, oh, but like every single thing that like the other games with their timer slop, we're never ever gonna mention that shit. You know, because they've like trained you to like be okay with it, right? They've trained you to just like accept it. And so like you never complain about that anymore. But then like, oh, Enfield does this, we're just gonna complain about this. We're not gonna like make sure to be like nuanced about like, well, they did implement it in the best way, right? And like they probably the best they could have done with it. The most like player friendly way. But now when Silver Palace is coming, they're like, oh, let's just do it the predatory way anyway. Because people are used to this. They're trained like little dogs to be used to this, and it's the most predatory way to do it. And, you know, it's the best way for our wallets, because we can do like power creep and dedicated teammates and fucking all this bullshit, and like needing you to require like 2 or 3 copies, you know, to pass your little DPS check slop. Well, you know, let's just do it that way, because like they don't care anyway. Like, you know, to me, this is just where I get frustrated and a little passionate about it, you know. So clear that Egg has no idea why he doesn't like Enfield's game modes, and his suggestions are vague as hell. You need to sit with him as, yeah, well, yeah. Yeah. Did you see Arcane's VA streaming 1.4? She's so wholesome. I saw like parts of it. Very little. I didn't really watch that much of it. Pavlov's Gacha player? Yeah, pretty much. It's just so weird, dude. Like, this is what I mean. Like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills sometimes, you know? Because, I don't know, y'all were here live when we saw the live stream, and, you know, I kind of like, I wouldn't say there was like any overreaction happening, but like, when I actually like looked at the mode and realized what it was, like, you know, it's... If you have to put timer slop in the game, which at the end of the day is probably like better for the health of the game, because there's so many people that kind of just like expect to have some like little rotating combat thing in there. It's probably just good to have it, honestly. And it's probably easy. Like I think it's good at the end of the day. And like I said, they're mostly just like extra Umbral Monument stages that you can play, and you can ignore it. You know, once you do it once and get the rewards, you can just ignore it if you want to. So like, I don't know, like, what are we doing? What are we doing? And like, partly the frustration, dude, is also because I'm very excited for Silver Palace, and I saw that they supposedly have like a Tower of Adversity Spiral Abyss copy, like the Genshin Wu, essentially copying that with their like DPS check endgame. And like it's just like I just felt like maybe we're getting past that now with Enfield. Like maybe we're starting to heal and like Enfield's doing all these like cool new things. But like the fucking gacha base at large, just like they have no perspective, dude, on what we've been on what we've been playing for years. Finally, something kind of like new comes and they're like trying to do something different. And like, I think they're starting to like succeed with these different things they're doing. And nah, let's just not even, you know what? Let's just not, but like, let's not talk about that. Like to me, the weapon gacha system is better. I like the Endfield. I'm just gonna say it. Fuck it. I don't care what anyone thinks. See, people will hear this and think I'm like shilling or I'm like doing tricks on it or whatever. This is genuinely how I feel. I like the Endfield weapon gacha system better than every other game I've played because if you actually stop and think about the weapon gacha, like how the weapons are designed here, right? Like the fact that you're looking at these signatures and it's not like, a part of this character's kit is being slashed out and put into the signature. It's not like this is necessary in any way to like feeling like you have a complete character damage wise. Like my character's doing plenty of damage. You have like the pseudo signature where if you just like look at these descriptions side by side, it's like agility, crit rate, attack, and then like gives you some more damage on a vulnerability thing. And then it's like agility, crit rate, attack, and then gives you like some more physical and heat damage. Like, you have these like pseudo signatures in the battle pass where you can get one of these for free. You can and eventually over multiple patches, you can get for whatever character you basically want for free. And then the idea that like, when you have the like separate banners like that, they're like, you understand like the company is so incentivized to make you pull on the weapon banner because they want you to feel like FOMO'd from having no damage, and then they use the DPS check because like, oh, like, arbitrarily we're just gonna set the HP to this and set the character's damage to this without their signature. And that way when you have the signature, it feels like you can actually pass the DPS check much easier. So like, then they just do that. And Enfield doesn't have like DPS check nonsense like that beyond like I said, the best implemented, like purely for vanity, completely ignorable, skippable version of Echoes of War. And, they're not sitting there trying to like force you into pulling a weapon. So that way you use your currency on the weapon. Then when the next character comes, you're like, oh shit, now I need to spend money to pull the next character. Like none of it makes sense. None of the complaints about the gacha system make sense. I mean, anyway, I'm ranting at this point because like I'm also looking at Silver Palace and I want Silver Palace to be more like Enfield, but like all these fucking whiners and bitchers and like whinging, I'm watching House of the Dragon. This guy said self-flagellating. I like that. He's like these self-flagellators, who like, I'm just like, bro, I don't know, bro. At least we have Enfield at the end of the day. We have Enfield. Anyway. Agreed, best weapon banner out of all the big gachas? I think so. Because I think like psychologically, I mean, the thing is, I get more signature weapons in Enfield than I'm getting in the other games, right? I've had some good luck with characters. Recently, I've had really bad luck with characters, but I get more signature weapons for these characters than I get in the other games. And then for the ones that I don't get, every single limited character I have has their pseudo signature from the battle pass. If they don't have their signature, right? Every single one. None of these characters are on some Cope 4-star bullshit or like Cope 5-star bullshit and whatever in this game, right? Like none of them, right? And even if I like, and even then there's no like DPS check slop nonsense for me to like feel FOMO'd out of like, I can't pass it if I don't have the signature. Or like, HSR, like sometimes they'll take like an important part of the character's kit and put it in the light cone. Like Sparksy has like Sparksy's light cone like increases your skill point limit for her, and like whatever, dude, whatever. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Like, And it's this every time you see the weapon banner thing, it's the same propaganda nonsense. Like, oh my gosh, but if you get lucky on the character banner, then you won't have enough currency to pull it. I'm gonna commit, bro. Every time I hear that, I'm just gonna commit. Like, it's just so and like nonsensical and just like just not in reality how the game ends up working at all. It's just like propaganda. All right, let me catch up on chat. I've been like ranting for a while. Guys, this is what happens when I don't stream for too many days in a row. Then we just get sections like this of the stream. We actually like to know pity carryover in other games. If you have a guaranteed, you're skipping so many banners because you don't want to face a 50-50. In Arcanines, you have most of the limited characters. I think like at the end of the day, you know, you just have to play around the whole like no pity carryover thing. And yeah, also like, you know, there's the whole like psychological trap of like encouraging people to build pity, you know, and then like use all your pulls and then, oh, but like you know, so. In terms of like the amount of pulls you're getting and how many characters you're getting, it's like very similar as long as you're not pulling stupidly, which like at this point, you know, the rules, just, you know, like every gacha before like Genshin, they all use like the spark system anyway. So this is how it's kind of been for so long. Never had a home for Silver Palace. Small studios don't have the guts to take the baby rage of the audience. Dude, I know. Like, I felt like there was so much from CBT1 with Silver Palace. I feel like they just had so much like creativity. But I mean, I'm not even in the beta, dude. They didn't let me in. So like, I should play it. The thing is, like, I've heard the story's really good. I'm still gonna play it, and I think I still will like it. But I would like a little bit of like innovation and, you know, like stuff, new takes on stuff. When Volt doesn't stream, his rant meter gets pent up. A little bit. A lot of the complaints about the weapon banner are like talking points passed out in a memo. Dude, it's crazy because you just hear you hear the exact same recycled things, and like it's kind of like sad in a way because it's obviously embarrassing. I feel like if somebody doesn't realize like that they're just a part of this like propaganda machine, and we're like, they don't understand maybe that like these are the same recycled points that have been said forever. I mean, maybe they just like, I mean, because they like heard it and believed it, they like never really stopped to like think about it, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know, dog. Literally lost 3 50/50s and 60 pulls on Arcane's banner. And you know what? I don't care because you got hella Arsenal tickets. Oh, well, you hold on. You forgot that even though you got more 6 stars, it feels worse to not get like the rate up character. So even though you had like anomalous luck, like extreme outlier luck that resulted in that, it feels worse. So it's a terrible gacha system. It just feels worse. Endgame is just so player friendly in Endfield. Even someone who just started can get endgame rewards with level 60, 70 ops and purple gear with no artifice. Yeah, no, exactly. Like you can go in and get the rewards. Then if if you want to truly like test your teams, and maybe like that's at the end of the day, like when it comes to these, like I've kind of warmed up to even like timer slop or whatever, because I've always said that these timer slop modes can be fun. I just think they're like kind of uninspired, kind of lazy. That doesn't really require much innovation or whatever. And also they can be used to encourage like power creep and requiring duplicates and dedicated teammate 5 stars and dedicated like needing signatures. Like they just encourage all of this stuff and feed into that. So when you know, when the rewards are behind this like level 60 level 60 stage where you like breathe on the enemies and you get your aura barrels, like dude, like it, you know, for people that really like the whole rotation thing, squeezing DPS out, I respect that. Like that's here for them, and that's cool, that's fine. Like sometimes I like to do that, sometimes I like to challenge if I can do that. I'm not as like anal about it, you know, but you know. Pavlov's Gacha players? Yeah. Can we just silently mention that there is alt signature weapons for every releasing 6-star in the free battle pass? Oh yeah, I don't know if you said that before I said it, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like you don't need signature weapons at all. And like that's what they like to say about other games too, but like other games have ways of making you like feel the lack of the signature. Like you can feel it. You can feel the difference. And like that one time that you do get a signature weapon for a character, like you feel the difference in their performance compared to the characters you have like without it. Like, you know, even if it's like a 20% difference, you can feel it. So no way my Endfield story go is streaming. I guess I'm the story YouTuber now. I guess I'm a story guy now. People still attacking Endfield with 1.1 issues, not even keeping up with the game to see what's changed. Well. Enfield's criticized for doing bad things that every other gacha does. And is never ever praised for the uniquely great things it does. Yeah. I don't know. That's, dude, really what really frustrates me is like I was talking about for Silver Palace, where like, you know, maybe the EN space is like irrelevant, but I don't know. Maybe all the discourse in the EN space is irrelevant anyway, but if you know, if something like the Echoes of War came out and everyone was like at least giving credit to the fact that it like removes some of the predatory nature of like DPS timer slop in other games, you know, at least if that credit was being given, then maybe like future devs would take note of the fact that like players appreciate this and will enjoy this content if it's done like, because you have to think that like this is like a risk, right? Like this is like a risk for Hypergriff to maybe do this, and like it's kind of like a sticking to your kind of like, I don't know, like sticking to your beliefs or like sticking to like your development philosophy, where it's like, let's just put these rewards in the bottom tier thing, and then the rest of it is just like some upgrade materials and some vanity like stuff. You can like have a little badge next to your name or something, and oh, like your stars glow. Like, you know, it's like a risk for a company to like kind of very willingly and like blatantly say like we're not gonna engage, like we're not gonna do this the way that it's been done. We're gonna try and, you know, we're gonna try and kind of come up with a way to have this kind of content where it's like player friendly and doesn't encourage like really like toxic game design, but also that like satisfies that urge for like, you know, DPS check or like rotation check or like extreme like speed running or whatever, you know, like let's try and come up with a game mode that does that. And then they did it, I think, like probably get it in the best way that you can, and it's like crickets, like nothing, dog. Like it's, oh my god, bro, it's just like, thank you. Like I just like, I just don't want Silver Palace to come up with like timer slop and roguelike slop where it's like, you know, empty room to empty room, pick up a buff. Like I don't want them to do that. I think like Silver Palace has so much potential that I don't want them to do that. Endfield is different. It's just following Arcanite's philosophy. Yeah, I mean, Hypergriff as a company, I'm becoming a believer. I'm becoming a believer. HG in general takes into account players of all skill levels and commitment. It's very clear. Yeah. Yeah. Other games have strong dupes. Enfield doesn't. Instead of appreciating that Enfield doesn't, people attacking because getting dupes feels bad since they don't give enough benefit. Like, dude, the thing is too, when it comes to the dupes thing,
Point me at where you need me.
like, this is my opinion on the dupes, is like, I don't necessarily mind if they give a strong, well, actually, hold on. Because the thing is, like, when the dupes are not that strong, then it also, but they don't have the DPS check content anyway. You know, that where they try and FOMO you with a gacha currency. Like, when I say that, I mean they're not FOMOing you with gacha currency. It's just like vanity stuff. Just so we're on the same page when I say that. Like, what was I gonna say? Like, even if the dupes are strong, if the content doesn't exist, then it doesn't kind of like create that FOMO need to pull dupes to like to get the stronger characters. And also to me, I think dupes are the worst when it feels like the characters should have like at like base version should have had like what is the HSR term is like E2 merchant, you know, where a character like basically feels like a non-character without their like 2 copies or something. So when you're designing characters like that, it's just like it's just complete ass. It's terrible. So you know, I praise the fact that they don't have that. They're not doing the thing where it's like, you know, if you want to use Mifu, you have to pull Tong Tong, you know, because like Tong Tong does this one little buff that no other character in the game does. And if you want to use Mifu, like, you know, in like, you know, above like 70% of her capability, then you need to pull Tong. Like, they don't do that, right? So I don't know, dog. Frustrating, bro. It's frustrating. Join us, become a hypergriff believer. Yeah. Silver Palace should have just taken Bloodborne gameplay, throw in Night Rain as a roguelike and would have crushed it. Dude, I just think I think honestly what they've kind of done, from what I can tell, is they basically have, so they have like, so it's kind of like ZZZ, right? Except instead of like swapping to parry, you have a dedicated parry button, right? So you have a dedicated parry button that you can just parry attacks. So you'll have like yellow attacks that are parryable, red attacks that require you to dodge, and the dodge is like the God of War dodge, which is like kind of fun actually. And then you have the blue attacks, which you can interrupt, basically the Endfield red ring, where you can interrupt them with like a skill or an ultimate or like a heavy attack of some sort, something like that, which to me seems pretty interesting as far as like a combat design goes, because, you know, each kind of like thing requires a specific reaction, and all of them are like, you know, it's not like the whole like the accident, like the NTE or WUA parry where it's like you'll just accidentally passively trigger it. All of them are like intentional button presses, right? Like really interesting system. And then for elements, it's like ZZZ where you like fill up a little bar, then it like applies some anomaly or whatever. So like pretty cool, pretty cool. But in terms of like game modes, you know, in terms of game modes, I kind of want to see more. But I think like with the base, if the base combat is good, there's always that potential they'll make the new modes. Like they can always make the new modes eventually, because the biggest thing is like if the actual combat is not good, then or if it's not like designed for any sort of difficulty, right? If it's just designed as like dopamine injector, where it's like, oh, here's some flashy lights and effects and stuff. Like if it's like, if there's like in like skill expression and like ability for it to be like it's capable of like inducing difficulty, then you can make those game modes later, I guess. And it's also super early, so like maybe they will make the game modes. If you know, I want to make a video talking about that to give them like for feedback, but they're still like super early in development, so they could, but yeah. Some characters in Hoyo games are unplayable without dupes, yeah. It's the only 3D gacha where you can actually say waifu over meta. Interesting. You want to use Miyabi? You need at least P23 in her engine? That's not true. I use Miyabi. I do have Miyabi's engine for signature, but I use her M0. Is that what you meant when you said P? M0? I just have teammates for her. Like, I think I can still clear using like her and Yanagi or something. My Miyabi is still fine. Swapping to parry is so ass, feels completely arbitrary. Okay, guys, I just to be cards on the table, I am a ZZZ enjoyer. Okay, I like ZZ a lot. So I actually really like ZZ's combat. Whenever you get everything like flowing, even with the like, because the swap parries, I don't know, like they feel good to me. To me, they actually feel like super sick. Like I've still, after all these years, I've never gotten tired of them because it just feels super sick when you like swap in somebody and they do the like parry, and the parry's like so heavy, and then they get like their counter. I don't know, bro. I like it still. I like ZZ. Oh, look. Okay, also, unpopular opinion. Remember when I say humans are contradictory? ZZZ is like the only game as well where I feel like, as far as like DPS check timer slop goes, where I feel like it's also not unbearable, right? Because ZZZ, like the combat, you're supposed to be like flowing really naturally. And it's not supposed to feel like you're doing a rotation. Like, I don't do rotations in ZZZ. I just try and like flow. You just say like a flow state. That's what it's encouraging. It's not like I'm going to go to this character, do this, do that, click this, click that. Like, I don't think about that at all. You just kind of flow. And that's kind of how you're supposed to play the combat anyway. So I don't know. I respect all opinions, but I like ZZZ. So I'm a Zenless enjoyer. Pity carryover doesn't matter? There's something about that. I was trying to read and then it scrolled. Oh yeah. But brain-routed gacha people out here complaining about pity doesn't carry over instead of actually understanding the system in its entirety for what it is. Dude, it's the same with Silver Palace. Like, Silver Palace is already getting doomed by everyone, basically, for the gacha system, which... Like, again, I'm all for like giving the company feedback on the gacha system. Like, oh, like maybe, like, because the thing is, like, in the CBT, like this early on in development, these things can change potentially, right? So like, I'm all for giving the feedback and look, like, you know, this game looks great. I, you know, really want to play this game. Obviously, as a consumer, I'm going to take any better monetization, like any more generous monetization that I can get, I'm going to like ask for, obviously, right? And, so that's maybe during the CBT, you can ask for that sort of stuff. But obviously there's also the agenda posters who just want to make their little agendas about how, you know, the game's predatory and awful and whatever, you know. You like ZZ's parry system too? Feels good when you pull it off and it's a nice way of integrating character switching. Yeah, I feel like it makes, I don't know, dude, just adds so much like... Has like some fucking aura to the combat, and like the character switching, I don't know, just like character switching can sometimes feel like very like it breaks your like flow when you're like immersing yourself in the combat, when you're just like swapping characters, but it like feels so natural, you know. And then you can do like animation canceling and stuff. Feels pretty satisfying when you can do it in ZZZ as well. So like Silver Palace is going to have animation canceling. I honestly think that Silver Palace essentially took a lot of inspiration from ZZZ and then has like the intro. Honestly, it mashes together a lot of things. Mashes together a lot of things, actually. So I'm interested. I want to play it. Look how happy she is. This is Arcane post quest, by the way. This is Arcane post 1.4. Yeah.
The smell of dirt, foul beast, and the end means.
Guys, don't forget that Tobiro's brain explodes every time this idle dialogue plays. +1 Tobiro aneurysm. Sorry. In Enfield, all you need is one team and then pull whoever you like. Well, the thing is, like, so many, like, there's so much backwards compatibility too. And like I've said before, you know, backwards compatibility is a thing that like could change in the future, I guess. But like, it's different because just the foundation of how the combat is designed and how kits are designed, that it lends itself so much more to, like, you know, a character could come out like, you know, 3 patches later that has like some synergy with this. Like I can make, you know, Rossi work with like anybody, you know what I mean? It just requires a little finagling and I can get Rossi to work in a lot of different teams. Do you do React slop? Sometimes I dabble. I do a little dabbling in React slop. Are you new? People are going to start joking about the, no, I mean, like, I do very appropriately link the React videos, like, you know, the very, like, appropriately linked, discussions when I do reacts, so. People just talk about Gacha systems if it's the only thing you consider in a game. NT has the best system, but how many people stuck with the game for it? Dude, that's another video I want to make, actually. I'm going to make some discussion videos. Dude, I was so exhausting making that one lore video, and then, you know, I kind of, like, again, I knew that it wasn't going to hit the algorithm or anything, but it was so exhausting. I'm proud of it, though. I'm really happy with it. But, I want to make some discussion videos now to catch up on, like, some current event stuff. Because, like, the other thing is, yeah, the obsession over the gacha systems when, I mean, at the end of the day, like, yes, monetization is important. And, like, monetization, if people feel, like, especially kind of, like, burned one way or the other, can, like, affect their enjoyment. But, or if they feel, like, especially generous, it can affect their enjoyment. But, like, at the end of the day, the game also has to be, like, fun to play and good. So, like, a good game, people will put up with it, you know? And honestly, honestly, I think there's something to be said about the fact, like, you know, how generous the game is kind of speaks to, like, maybe the confidence the devs have potentially sometimes. I think a lot of times devs themselves want to be more generous because I think, look, I just think from the perspective of, like, someone who's putting in, like, so much hard work to make a game, and you have this, like, vision, and then you create it, and, like, you want people to play it, right? And, like, you want people to enjoy it probably more. So, like, those people probably want to be more generous, and then the monetization stuff probably comes from, like, you know, more separate, insulated management types probably that are more, like, it's their job to worry about monetization and, like, profits and things like that. So I don't know. That's just speculation. Yeah. People say X game is good just because look how generous they are. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I've heard people like NTE, but the thing is, like, if you like NTE, it's got to be like, if you're still playing NTE today, right? It's got to be because you like the game. Not just because of the gacha, right? Like, if you didn't like the game, like, would you still be playing just because of the gacha is more generous? Like, if you just, like, logged in every day and you just fucking hated it, would you still be playing today? Probably not, right? Ua and Arcanite's Enfield, good game, and only loser idiots like Hoyo shit. Okay. 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 That was a very definitive statement. How long after completing the Enfield story you made that video? I did the Enfield story like the day after it came out, I think. A day or two after it came out. I don't remember exactly, but I was working on the video for a long time, and I also like I played through it myself, and then I watched through it again a second time, and then I ended up going through it probably like 2.5 times, and certain sections like more than that, when I was like thinking about analysis and like themes and whatever. So it took a long time. You just see the Gacha Smack video about how we should support NTE? I've heard some stuff. I gotta get back on my current events. I just like locked myself away to work on the story video, and then I heard there was a Gacha Smack video like that. I should check it out. Hey, Pix made a video on the same thing today. I did see the Pix video, yeah. It was a good video. It was a good video. Should we do some React slop? Oh my god, should we React slop it up? You need a more attractive thumbnail for more clicks on the lore videos. Not rage bait though. I mean, I feel like what I'm going for, I liked my thumbnails. I liked my thumbnail because it's like minimalistic. I don't know. I know that it's always not like, when you're making thumbnails, it's not like what you like. It's like, what will get people to look at the video. But like I look at other creator videos too, and that's kind of where I started making those like minimalistic ones. I definitely don't see myself, doing like the whole like, and then like putting my face on the thumbnails. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like people like, I don't know, Gacha Smack does that because people know him and know his face, and like he has like a brand that's like him. So, you click on a video sometimes because it's like a Gacha Smack video, but do you click on a Volp STF video because it's like a Volp STF video, or because like the video has some value or good content that you're going to get out of it? Probably for like smaller channels, it's because you're providing, you're focused more on like providing value, I guess. Not that the Smack videos don't, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Oh, she smiles when she does that too. Nice. Monetization should be talked about, but if it's the first and only thing you talk about when a new game comes out, your opinion is useless and you should seek help. I don't know. I feel like it's not always the first and last thing. I feel like there's got to be like an implicit assumption if someone's like wanting to, if they're playing a game or if they think a game is good, it's not always just because of the monetization. Like they have to also enjoy the game to some extent, right? You have to like enjoy playing the game. And I don't know. So the thing with NTE, right? Like I think from what I know, there's not necessarily like a catch-22 with the gacha system where it's like a gacha moment, you know what I mean? Like it is like genuinely like you're getting like, you're the rate at which you get characters is like higher. Like you're acquiring more characters, right? So like, and then they make up monetization with skins and other stuff like that. So like if that's how it is, like even if I don't enjoy playing it, then I'm gonna maybe speak more graciously about the game, and I'm not gonna be here like dooming it and saying like stop playing that game. Like I think it's great if somebody does enjoy that and is playing that. I'm happy for those people. Does that make sense? Like I'm more gratified to see a game that is maybe being better with the monetization, to do better, right? Yeah, I made a video about how pointless it is to compare gacha systems and we should compare gameplay itself. Yeah, that was a good video. Volp stunlocked by that epic statement. Yeah. The one about the loser idiot shits playing oil games. Yeah. Based on the thumbnail with an exaggerated expression equals instant ignore. I mean, people are different, you know. That's the thing. People are kind of different, so like, I don't know if that's necessarily the meta. Because like, if I'm being honest, I'm the same way. Like, if I see like, if I see faces like that, and it's not somebody that is like that I like know well, I'm just kind of like, you know, like I don't know, Chief. I don't know. For me personally, you got to be a little narcissistic as a content creator. I mean, yeah. I mean, in general, yeah. But I mean, well, the thing is, you're kind of narcissistic implicitly, purely based on the fact that, like, you know, like for the story video, I spent like dozens of hours probably working on this, and I did that because the reason you put in that time and then you put on, like, you know, the editing and then you make the video and then you like post it is because you think that like what you're saying is like has some value that like other people would like to hear, which I guess is like inherently a narcissistic thing. Maybe not like, you know, pathologically or like negatively narcissistic, but maybe requires, maybe it's like more in the realm of like personal confidence or whatever, but you know, there's something to be said about that. Yes. Oh yeah, sometimes when you're AFK with Arcane, you think there's an actual dude. I saw some people, I don't know if it was on Reddit, complaining about the Arcane idol meowing being too loud. I don't know if I see it. You would kill for skins in Enfield? I want to see some skins. I want to see some skins one day. Dude, I do think that the NTE strategy of, you know, being more generous with a character gacha and then like bridging that gap with skins, I just feel like it makes so much sense, you know? It kind of makes so much sense because maybe not like in 2020 when Genshin came out, but like now, so many years after people have like maybe started to gotten, like they're getting like really jaded with like the old systems. If you're looking for a way, like if you're a company, like if I'm Silver Palace, right? And like, I'm like, look, we're trying to come into a saturated market. We're looking for a way to get people to look at our game, you know, but like we don't want to like necessarily compromise profit. I mean, I think skins is the answer, like, because you can still have your little gacha system, like how NTE has their little gacha system, right? But it's more generous. It gets people to like look at you. Like people will be getting more characters, which makes it like inherently more fun, I guess. Well, not inherently, but you know what I mean? Like it's nicer going in knowing you're going to get more characters. And then you're like, okay, we can sell some skins to like also make more money. To me, it seems obvious, but regarding the thumbnail stuff and the video stuff, if I were to make videos, wouldn't probably copy other gacha content creators, but copy other bigger creators like the strats. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. It's so weird. There's so much discussion of the Silver Palace gacha system, but no discussion of its combat, endgame, detective mechanics. Dude, I know. Like, I'm actually, like, as someone who didn't get into the beta, I'm trying to go through like the Reddit and like compile like information to maybe like have some discussions. So like, so because I want to learn about it and then like give feedback and whatever. But you know, like if you scroll through the Reddit, it's like there's so many posts talking about the gacha, and then there's like naturally so much misinformation about the gacha because like people are just kind of posting. They're not really, you know, it's not really their responsibility, I guess, but they're just like kind of posting about it, and then there's like misinformation, and then like people are like getting the wrong impression of it, and then you know, like it's just like weird, and then, I don't know, dude. But then yeah, there's not really much about, oh, here's a breakdown of the combat, here's a breakdown of the end game, here's like whatever, you know. There's not as much of that stuff.
rusty spear, red suit tied, pouches powder, duck and white, fiddly blind, T-bone hide, settle score with wretches pride.
Dude, I bet that line sounds really good in Chinese, actually. That Tong Tong line. I bet that sounds like really good. I made a post on Plebit saying Arcanite's Endfield had one of the biggest 6 months in updates of any 3D gacha. People got very upset. One of the biggest updates in 6 months? Do you mean like in terms of 1.4, or you mean like the improvement from 1.0 to 1.4? I mean, I guess both are kind of valid statements, but like I think the improvement is very clear. But also the Endfield Reddit community is like extremely miserable as well. So extremely miserable numbers of people on the Endfield Reddit, unfortunately, who like are super negative about the game, or like when people praise the game, it gets downvoted. Or you know, when like if that discussion that we just had about the weapon gacha, like, dude, you don't know how many Endfield Redditors, their brains just like exploded if they were to hear that discussion. When I was like praising the Endfield weapon gacha, I mean, bro, there would be like brains like on the fucking walls of like heads exploding. If they had to hear that discussion, they would not be happy. They would not be happy with me. Six legitimately has like 6 to 7 videos with the same face on the thumbnail in a row. But the last one, yeah, no, I mean well, that's how they all basically do it. But I don't think there's like, I don't think it's like, I don't know. I feel like the expectation, there's not really like an expectation for it to be different, but yeah, that's content, bro. I mean, they're the professionals. Maybe they know better than I do. I don't want to see skins if they cost money and can't be obtained without paying. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, it'd be nice, but I feel like if I'm thinking about it realistically, like what would probably happen is there's like skins that you can earn, but then there's gonna be like the super, like the, you know, when there's like a fucking bikini, like the arcane bikini skin that comes out, like that's gonna be like a $25 skin, you know what I mean? But then there will be like a nice, like, you know, I don't know, Gilberta skin. I don't know. There'll be like a nice like it's nice, but it's obvious that it's not like meant to be paid for. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. They're making enough. At least they can. Yeah. No, I know. Yeah, they're milking enough. Yeah, I know. It should be that way. Like skins should be. But like that's, you know, this is the same conversation with like with Destiny 2, right? Like cosmetics are kind of like valuable, especially in like an RPG MMO or whatever, like Destiny 2, because like they're valuable because like when you earn it, then like somebody sees you with it, and it's like you can tell people like, look, I did this achievement in order to get this thing, right? But then eventually it just became people buying it in the shop, and it kind of kills, you know. But I don't know, bro. Vulture take Ludwig's streaming class? Bro, I have seen some of the Ludwig. I've seen some of the clips and some of the videos of Ludwig's lessons. I feel like there's some valuable information in there. I've been kind of paying attention, but I feel like what he was saying is stuff that I'd already, because I mean, I would parse a lot of stuff looking for information on this, and I feel like what he was saying is like stuff I have kind of heard before. Some of it heard from like other like big creators talking, like advice or whatever, but some of it was kind of new and good as well. So. Wait, who? Finally caught a live stream. Started Endfield a couple months ago. Found her content refreshing after looking for reception on the game. Oh, nice. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the live stream. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying Endfield. Pound it? Wait.
Hold your breath. Focus. Then relax. Releasing tension properly improves body control. It actually calls for a bit of technique.
Arikado grilled that game mode quite a lot. We're talking about which game mode? The NTE one? Oh yeah, the NTE Night Rain one? Yeah. Yeah, I did also have dude, because a Night Rain, for people that are not aware, if you're new, like I have like hundreds of hours in Elden Ring Night Rain. I love Night Rain a lot. So like I was kind of thinking of making also another video talking about like the Night Rain mode. And obviously NTE like seemed to take a lot of inspiration from that. But it feels like it's like the elements are kind of there from what I've seen, but I feel like they missed a few crucial things about it that make the mode like so entertaining. So kind of unfortunate. Like I've heard it's like kind of easy and like difficult to like the thing, like if you're gonna make a roguelike mode, I feel like there has to be difficulty. And the thing with gacha games is like they're really hesitant to make like actual true like difficult content sometimes. The most difficult content they'll make is like a DPS check. But because like for a roguelike to be really engaging, you need to feel like the upgrades that you're getting are truly meaningful. And that's because like the content, like the enemies you're fighting will be like difficult. So that gives value to like getting a good upgrade or like getting a good weapon drop. Oh, like this is, like the run is saved. Like, oh, that's what gives that like repetitive or replayability to it. So if it's just like brain dead easy and it becomes like a chore essentially, which is unfortunate. I just got to the arcane bikini reaction. Apparently there's a lot of demand. Hey, Hypergriff, if you have a fucking spy in the chat, there's obviously a lot of demand for an arcane bikini skin. Just saying. It is summer. It is summer right now. So now's the time. Cash in. Endfield skins will be with originometry. Yeah, I am saving those too, but I feel like if I get to a point where I'd rather get a character, will spend it on that. Yeah. If you're scrolling through, you wouldn't be able to easily identify your videos among all the others unless you're going out of your way to look at the account who posted it. I guess that's good feedback. I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense. How much of the originometry have this? So like I've never used any of this. I haven't had to yet. But look, I think guys, I'm gonna have to skip Lino. I think I'm gonna have to skip Lino, and then because I want the Sui proxy really bad. I want Typhon pretty bad. And then I might want that dude on the horse pretty bad, depending on his gameplay. So I don't think I can get Lino and then manage to get, and I might have to skip one of those characters as well. So I think Lino's getting skipped, unfortunately. Turning every cosmetic farmable a year after the release wouldn't hurt anyone. Well, the thing is, yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't know if that's, I feel like you'd get into some like legal issues or something. Like if somebody paid for something, I guess if like you'd have to tell everybody ahead of time, like this will be free in a year, or farmable in a year. But then like just most people just wouldn't get them, Because think about it, basically, you just wait a year after skins start to be released, and then, if every skin starts becoming farmable, and then there's just like a constant stream of new skins being added, and it's like, it doesn't matter, but. Been afraid of gachas since their inception, but Enfield got you to try it with the factory stuff. Huge fan, having played through it. That's cool. That's good. I mean, I understand people having like trepidation with gachas. That's cool. I mean, there's a lot to enjoy with gacha games, honestly. There's a lot of good stuff to enjoy with these games. Is the Night Rain mode their equivalent to our Edge Space Salvage? No, it's more like a roguelike. So like with Edge Space, you're kind of like just linearly going through the area, the space, lol. And there's not really much emphasis on like the exploration part of it. I mean, I guess, yeah, I know it kind of is. There kind of is an exploration aspect. There's not really a roguelike aspect, I guess is what I'm saying. Like where, you know, you drop into the map at level 1 and then you progress like to level 15 in Night Rain. And then you're like also trying to get weapons. And then, you know, the weapon drops have like passive buffs on them for like whatever build or damage type you're going for. And then, you know, or like damage negation stuff, like all that kind of stuff, right? So, I don't, and the co-op of Night Rain is such a huge thing too. Like the fact that you and your teammates can drop stuff for each other. Cooperation is big in that as well. Have you run your factory? No, I have not. I've not done any of the new stuff. That is something I'm gonna have to do. But what I want to do, what I was gonna do is this quest. What was this quest? We'll do a little more discussion and then we'll do that. I kind of feel like there's like a, dude, I'm kind of in the mood for like React slop. Is that weird? Does that make me a sloppy streamer? I'm kind of in the mood to like react to something. Oh, in the sense it's a potential mode? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, maybe in that sense, yeah. Yeah. Oh, dude, the first game to do the Night Rain mode effectively, because the thing is, like, all of these open... Dude, I think Endfield can do it, right? Like, at first I kind of had hope for Silver Palace, because apparently in CBT1 they had a mode similar to this, but I haven't heard anything about it in CBT2, and then... This could be all wrong information that I'm saying. If anybody is in the beta and knows, correct me, but... I heard there's like a new roguelike in CBT2, which is essentially the same stock standard, like, you know, you're in an empty room, you kill some enemies, you open a door, you know, to another empty room, and then you kill some enemies and get a buff, and then you choose between two doors, and like, it's basically like they changed it to that. But the thing about the Night Rain mode is like, it is a roguelike mode that is designed for like an open world game, right? And you know, conspiracy theory time, like, you know, if you read like the interviews with developers from Integrated Strategies of Arknights, I mean, like the Light Zhong or Low Light, whatever you want to call him, like he was in that interview, and like, you know, he was saying that Integrated Strategies from Arknights was like designed for Arknights. It wasn't just like we need a roguelike mode. It was like we need a mode that is like for our game, and they designed it like specifically so it's like intimately made to work with like the gameplay of Arknights, the like, you know, character, like how many characters there have, the character roles, all that stuff, right? So if that's their philosophy, I mean, if they're trying to make a similar roguelike for Enfield, then the Night Rain mode is the logical choice, because that's essentially what it is. It's a roguelike mode for an open world game. React to a Night Rain review. I don't need to watch a Night Rain review. I'm a D5 400 plus hour veteran Night Rain player. Do it. Join the slop side. We also want some React slop. Was that a Gacha Smack video good for like creating like discussion maybe? Let me see. You think the Gacha Smack video would be good? Is there anything else? Excuse me.
I think the Endman's catching some rest.
Long distance hauls can get really tiring.
Was it the one about the Silver Palace
And
gacha system?
quiet time to unwind.
Or no, is it the end of the gacha era? Players were tired. Oh, the devlog? Oh yeah, the devlog. LARP is an Arknights fan by slop reacting to the recent concert. Volp, I've heard you talk about Elden Ring, but have you shared other single-player games you enjoy? Find it relevant for the content you make? Other single-player games I enjoy? Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3. And let me see what I have downloaded right now. Baldur's Gate 3 always. I'm playing Witcher. I'm playing through The Witcher 3 again. Casually, slowly. Other single-player games? Well, let me open my Steam library. Lowlight's actually a big Elden Ring and Souls fan, so it's not out of the question. Bro, if that's true, I mean, we gotta get on that. Bro, yeah, I mean Souls likes basically. I play a lot of Souls likes. I don't, dude. I play so much Night Rain, but I do enjoy all the Souls likes. And then, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, those are pretty much the main ones. I mean, in terms of shooter, sometimes like Halo. I like Halo, I guess. But Halo hasn't really been hitting since the old days. Since the old days. Do the Gacha Smack one? Oh, do Pix's video? Do theory crafting if how Edge Space 2.0 in a Night-Rain-like mode would work in Enfield, and even how an IS-like could work? You mean like for the next video, maybe? Did I make? You can check Lowlight's Steam account. Are we react loving? Okay, sorry. God, are we getting impatient now or what? Sorry. Okay, we'll do some fucking react slop. Dude, I kind of want to do this quest though. I mean, this Gacha Smack video is like 10 minutes long. But I think, is this the, so I think this one is about the one that was like support NTE, right? And there's one about Silver Palace. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? The end of a gacha era is near, or brutally honest thoughts on Silver Palace gacha system? What are we thinking? If someone says they wanted to start playing Souls-like, would you recommend Demon Souls or Dark Souls? Dude, I think nowadays people say Dark Souls 3 or Elden Ring for like your first Souls game, maybe. There's really, I don't know. I'm not much of like a purist that would say like there's a necessary order you need to play them in. But I feel like if I was like, because dude, Souls games for someone that's never played one can be like really hard to get into, and I feel like, you know, I feel like the best way to get into it and enjoy it would be like just playing something like Elden Ring for the first, like even if it's the first time, and like if you really love the formula, then like you'll naturally want to go back and play like Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 1. No one talks about Dark Souls 2, but you know, Sekiro for sure. You would go back and play. So. Check out the 1.4 devlog and recommend Jenna stalking. Okay. "10 minutes equals 2 hours. Neither are good, to be fair. I felt like you meant to say either, but you meant to say either, right? Oh, no, you said neither are too good. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah. Okay. Arcado or Pix's videos are much better on the topic. Guys, but Arikado said that my defense of Arknight's Enfield was weak. Guys, but Arikado said I was weak. He said I had a weak defense of Arknight's Enfield. And it hurt my feelings, so... End of Gacha is a better discussion. I feel like we were already like, you know, if it goes with what we were already talking about with the whole Gacha stuff. This stuff about the Gacha. Oh. Sekiro is your favorite? I enjoy Sekiro a lot. I think, yeah, I don't know. I feel like gameplay wise, once you start mastering Sekiro, Sekiro is really good. But to me, the biggest learning curve out of all of them, even after playing so many, like this was, I honestly, I started playing Sekiro after I'd already played Night Rain for hundreds of hours. And even then, like I was getting I was just getting shit on for, dude, it was bad. It was really bad for many, many hours in Sekiro. I was just getting dominated. We believe in you, man. Don't worry. No, it's okay. It's fine. Fine. Because I got so much like backlash for that video that I think I can take someone calling it weak. You've been called out, buddy. It's over for you. Well, the thing is, I'm confident that it was actually quite a strong. I don't even know if it was like my intention was to defend, but it was like explaining the reality of the situation. And I feel like I did that really well because I brought in like so many outside sources and like interviews and developer interviews and like journalists and stuff. I feel like I feel like it was quite strong, but I mean, I don't know. Just my opinion. Which video did he say that? Oh, it was literally like 1 second I got mentioned. It was literally like 1 second. He didn't like talk about me at all. And well, the other thing is like I watched that video of his and like he like threw me in literally at the very end of a list of examples of, I think it was supposed to be like critiques of games, but like mine wasn't like a critique, so I don't really know. I don't really know why I was included.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching what I would...
I'm gonna watch this Gacha Smack video. I feel like, I don't know if the volume is gonna be like too low. Okay, I'm gonna mute this. All right, let's watch this. Let's see how this goes. Let's get our fucking react slap going. Because we were talking about the whole Gacha stuff earlier. And I would like to also learn more about this topic. Because I think actually it's quite interesting that if we're pushing for like better Gacha monetization, you know? Or not necessarily like pushing, but how do you put this? Maybe he'll explain it better than I can. Sekiro is great, but it lacks the sheer variety of DS3. Yeah, it doesn't have the variety, I guess, but dude, the parry combat, once you get it going, bro, like it's just so good. He called you weak so you can start lifting. Bro, I gotta get back in shape as well. Oh wait, I did buy Lies of P during a sale. I should play Lies of P. Oh, also with the last Steam summer sale, I bought Final Fantasy, is it 14, the Rebirth and Remake, the first two of the new trilogy. Bought those as well, so I gotta play those. I've heard people really like those. I take a game mode where Lav dominates me. That's great, bro.
Would like to believe is the end of an era.
Let me know how the volume is on this. Sorry, I feel like it's kind of low. Okay, I turned it up.
I want to talk to you today about this.
Hello, everyone. Hope this stream got posy vibes so far. It's been pretty posy. Thanks for asking. It's been pretty posy, I think. Your inclusion was completely uncalled for and did not fit the topic of the video at all. For the Arikata video? Yeah, well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why I was included. I don't know why I was included in that. Dude, I feel like maybe because my video got a lot of backlash, but like also my video got backlash because of like misinformation campaigns and like really sensitive, really sensitive gacha players. Like for some reason thinking like I slandered Wuthering Waves when I just didn't. Like I updated my pinned comment at some point. I just said like, look, I think I actually represented it like very positively. And I think like my intention was literally that if somebody had never played Wuthering Waves before and then they like heard me talking about it and then saw the gameplay and they were like, oh, this looks good, they'd probably go and try it. But then, you know, you go to the comments and then you see like how the player base is acting. It's like, you know, like this is like turbo cringe. So like the backlash from that I got was like nonsense, but and also if the idea is that, I think someone said this in the Discord, but if the idea is that, you know, like changing like how you talk about something because like there's backlash over it or like somebody else got backlash over the same topic, it doesn't really make sense because, you know, you just have to like kind of speak what you have to kind of like speak what you believe and then like support it in the best way you possibly can. Right. And if you can like support what you believe, then that's kind of the point, isn't it? That's kind of the point. So I'm like the support thing is important. It's not just like say whatever you think, but like if you can like logically like think out like why you think a certain way or like why you think a certain thing is like the truth, should you like abandon the truth because like, oh, but if I say this, like people are going to get mad at me or like, you know, and you know.
Very fascinating topic to delve into, and it's perfect and ripe for the particular season we're in with Gacha gaming. If you are like me, and I'm pretty sure you are, many of you are, like to believe is the end of an era. And I want to talk to you today about this. I think it's a very fascinating topic to delve into, and it's perfect and ripe for the particular season we're in with Gacha gaming. If you are like me, and I'm pretty sure you are, many of you are, you weren't a Gacha addict before Genshin Impact, and you weren't even a Gacha player before Genshin Impact. That was the first game you got.
Gacha player sensitive, say it ain't so. Well, you know. Use your video as an example of vids getting backlash, not speaking about the content. Oh. Well, he did say it was a weak defense of Arknight's Endfield, so, you know. So, you know. Using examples of videos getting backlash for bad takes. Yeah, no, that's... I would dispute that. Lawyer? Objection? I would dispute that. Make some good points in a very wrong way, you think? Got backlash for the wrong reasons, not the ones he was insinuating. Yeah. Like, if you think that the video got backlash because, like, the content was bad. I mean, all you need to do is go to the comments and see what the comments were saying to understand that it was like not about the content of the arguments at all. So can you increase the volume a little bit? Yeah. Yeah. I think it's emblematic of a very healthy, positive community if you have to watch your words in case you say something that triggers the hive mind. Yeah, true. True. That is the ideal society, right? Oh yeah, I'll turn it up a little bit more. Let's see. Okay. Can I drop a mild take? If you were an American and speak of gacha like a genre instead of a monetization mechanic, you don't deserve a mic, a cam, and free rights. Okay. Wait, what does that have to do with being American though? Why did you stipulate? Why did you stipulate that? And what do you, and the thing is, what do you mean by gacha as a genre instead of a monetization mechanic? Oh no, I get what you're saying. I mean, yeah, I guess like, you know, Fate, would you say that Fate Grand Order is in the same genre as Genshin Impact? I don't know, dude. I mean, there is some overlap in terms of like character collection. Like, I don't know, there is some overlap. I don't know. Explain. Why is it not a genre? Gacha LARPers keep whining about Silver Palace Gacha system because it looks the same as Enfield. Okay, that's kind of the main thesis of what I want to get out of this video. That's what I want to learn from this video. It has to do with like the whining about like Silver Palace and Enfield's Gacha systems. That's what I want to get out of this video. Actually. People speak like they're in the same genre. Or no, but people speak like they're in the same genre. I mean, but there is a very like, I don't know, even like Fate Grand Order and Genshin Impact, right? Like there's a very similar kind of like drive in the game to, you know, the whole like acquiring of new characters that you do through a gacha system. Like the gameplay is not the same, but I feel like if you're trying to argue that there's a similar kind of like motivation within the game, I don't know, like motivator, you know what I mean? VXV Fiction already tore apart Arcada's video. Which Arcada video? Which one? There are good parts in it, but it's really biased and stands on weak legs to defend its topic. Sorry, which one were you talking about? The one that I was mentioned in about the something about something bad critiques make talking about some concept difficult or something like that. Generally just treat all gacha games as one collective genre of games, even if we're talking about stuff like Limbus. Yeah. Everything in the game works for the gacha. That's kind of, yeah. I mean, yeah, like historically, it's kind of a gacha game. It's kind of how it goes, right? Been banging that drum forever. Character collectors have been a thing forever, but it's not a game genre on its own. It's a feature. Monetization doesn't make a genre. Interesting. There's a new Final Fantasy coming out derived from where they're, oh, okay. If the only gachas you play are Hoyo and Wua, I don't want to hear it, TVH. Is that a gacha god? Tuhu, right? Is that a gacha god take? We need to watch the video in order to react. Guys, this is how the Volpez reacts go. Come on, get with the program. This is how Volpez TF reacts go. Okay. We're caught up anyway.
into. The game was so
This is not me. This is not me bending to that Shatters comment. I am choosing of my own volition to continue watching this video.
monumentally massive because of the pandemic, and that it was also a fresh game in the space, that it brought in a heaping amount of players outside of the gacha space. Normies, people from different respective niches, so on and so forth. And the good thing about that experience when it happened is that that was also the very first time a lot of people got to play a gacha game. And talk all the shit you will about gacha games, there are some very fun aspects about them. And those fun aspects were overwhelmingly positive.
He's contractually obligated to set. No, sorry, I'm just kidding. I don't know why I said that. That was just
experience, right? We had our V cards like basically cracked with this game. And so the hype, the FOMO, the oohs and ahs, you know, when you play a gacha game at launch, its climax, it's what do you call it? Honeymoon phase is incredibly powerful. So when you play a gacha game for the first time, it's infinitely more powerful than you would think. But basically this happened and people fell in love with these games, and it allowed.
It's okay. We all know you will pause the video every 5 seconds anyway. You think so? You think so? Really off topic, but did you know that the defense fight at the marker stone is unfailable unless your party wipes? But the same fight in 1.4 can be failed. The defense fight? I don't know what that is. You mean like, oh, you mean in the story. Oh. I take Tuhu instead of any drama farmer in the space. Tuhu does seem very knowledgeable about gacha, I will say. He plays a lot of gacha games, right? Ban him, Volps?
You basically
not gonna
have
ban
kind of
anybody.
like a tunnel vision for ignoring the predatory practices, the over alarming problems of what comes with playing a gacha game. And you were able to get away with these garbage practices as a developer because there also wasn't any other games to compare, to reference in the mainstream space, especially to noobs who don't know anything about gacha games. You were able to get away with this, basically. But then what happens? Time starts to go by and these issues start to become more.
Is that the reason, you think? Essentially saying like something like Genshin Impact came in during COVID, basically kidnapped a bunch of normies who didn't know anything about gacha. And then the reason they're able to get away with it is because like nobody had a reference point. Dude, my understanding though of like the historical progression of the gacha systems is that Genshin was quite generous or like player friendly when it came out, believe it or not. Because like Genshin, was Genshin like the first to really start doing like you know the 50/50s with the 90 pity with the soft pity, you know, lose a 50/50, next one guaranteed, pity carry over. Like this wasn't it like basically before that gachas were just spark systems? You know, I mean look at Fate Grand Order didn't even have a pity for the longest time. And even now its pity is like 300 pulls or something like that. Something insane. Dude who has this riling up tone that annoys me. I like his tone. I don't know the riling up tone. You just mean like his way of speaking? I don't know. Sorry, but if your gacha is too good, then your game is probably not good enough. Dude, I feel like there is something to be said about the idea that I mentioned this earlier, but like the generosity, it could be correlated. The generosity could be correlated with how confident the developers are. Cause like it comes down to, it's pure numbers, right? You know, if a product is better, people will pay for it. If a product is not as good, people won't want to pay as much for it. So if you think that your product is like not worth that, then, you know, Genshin Gacha was better than the older gachas. Yeah, I really feel like, I don't know if I feel like the general point I kind of agree, but I don't know if
this basically.
I don't know if this is the right
games
framing
to
or whatever.
Compare to reference in the mainstream space, especially to noobs who don't know anything about gacha games. You were able to get away with this, basically. But then what happens? Time starts to go by and these issues start to become...
Well, the thing is, the conclusion I think is still correct, because I know what he's going to say for the conclusion. I'll just let him say
more
it.
apparent and alarming, and players start complaining and they start looking for another game in that respective niche to play, because at that time it's not oversaturated, it's not a fragmentation at the point in time, right? So then Honkai Star Rail comes out and that becomes the next cope for playing a gacha game that isn't Genshin Impact. That's going to be better, it's going to be different. But then you realize you're playing two gacha games now.
Their pity wasn't that low, but yeah. The Genshin system's completely harmless in the grand scheme of gacha. Like, I've definitely heard a lot of really bad horror stories, like of like the old gen gacha games. You know, people are like, I spent thousands of dollars and didn't get the character. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you're going from that to like Genshin Impact, like, okay, worst case scenario, you spend $400 and then you're guaranteed the character. Like, I mean, if you're going from like thousands of dollars with no guarantee to like $400 for a guaranteed worst case scenario, I mean, I feel like it's bad, but like it's better, you know? And because I think what he's saying, and that's why I said the conclusion I agree with and think is correct, because like I think what he's saying is that, and this is what I've been saying for like Silver Palace, right? To tie it back to like the whole Silver Palace thing and like the Endfield thing, which is that, you know, like I feel the fatigue of like, I started basically with Genshin, and then I feel the fatigue of the many years of kind of dealing with the same system, and then wanting to like, you want some of the systems to get better as time goes on. It's like very natural. But I think Genshin actually like fits into that timeline as well. And like, it was like the better thing when it came out, right? I don't think it was necessarily like the normies just didn't know anything about gacha, so like they just kind of ate whatever they were given. You know what I mean? Genshin introduced capturing radiance. Yeah. So there's like, Genshin's like the only, bro, this is the other funniest thing about when people criticize the Silver Palace and the Endfield gacha systems by saying that like, oh, well, you can lose like infinite 50/50s in a row. It's awful. There's no guarantee. You can lose like 10 50/50s in a row. Like, first of all, it's obviously propaganda. Second of all, you can lose infinite 50/50s in a row in HSR, Zenless, and Wuwa as well, because like, you know, when you lose a 50/50 and then get a guarantee, like you didn't win a 50/50, brother. You essentially just sparked, right? You just sparked exactly as you're going to be sparking in Silver Palace and Endfield. Like, you can still lose 10 50/50s in a row in Wuthering Waves, right? Because when it's actually a 50/50 chance, you could still lose. There's no pity guarantee for ever winning a 50/50. So, you know, and also the idea, I don't know, the idea that like, because you know, the way they're trying to make it sound like you can lose 10 50/50s in a row, like they're trying to make it sound like, you know, you'll pull 1,000 times and not get the character. Like, no, you're sparking in a certain number of pulls, and then, you know, like you're sparking in a certain number of pulls, and if you were to in 120 pulls in Enfield, if you were to get like 3 6 stars, like that's because you were extremely lucky. Like you were hitting the 0.8% chance or the 1% chance, whatever it is. I think, is it 1%? Whatever it is. Like you were hitting like the 0.8 like several times, which is like extremely lucky. And then it's like, oh, okay, you didn't, you know, whatever, you lost 50/50s, that was unlucky or whatever. But
now that both have
whatever, bro. Dude, I hope that Silver Palace adds raid ups into its standard loss pool. I hope they at least do that. Like, at least what Enfield does, right? At least do what Enfield does. You know what I mean? That would be nice. But like, if they were to at least add some to the standard loss pool, that would be pretty freaking cool. DNA is free because it's dog shit. Okay, a true
50/50 system.
We don't speak ill of DNA here, even if it was a little maybe like
out, and that
not of the
becomes
highest quality. I feel like I kind of respect those
the next
devs a little bit
hope
more, but
for-
you know, like with NTE, I'm not gonna sit here and shit on DNA, bro. Like, I still like what they tried to do, even if they haven't maybe like, you know, see like what's it called, brought their vision, their complete vision for the game, and maybe they still will. Who knows? Like before they started getting regulated, yeah, the old systems were atrocious. By like 2019, it had gotten a lot better. Okay. Okay. Podmaster spent $1,200 in Ume Sume for 2 copies of a character. Yeah, dude, Ume Sume. I mean, dude, Ume Sume got like, it's cute. Like I like the Umas are cute or whatever, but I mean, they have a Spark system, and no one ever said anything about that when that game was blowing up. No one ever says anything about Ume Musume. You know, dude, I think one of the funniest. I'm just gonna say this, right? I don't usually bring this up, but we're talking about, you know, why people don't why people criticizing Silver Palace. I saw one person who said that, you know, he said, I'm choosing not to get into the beta, and I'm choosing not to play the beta and not to be sponsored by Silver Palace so that I can speak to you the truth about the gacha system, because the gacha system is dog shit, basically. Like, and I think what really happened is that person is a brand risk and just didn't get sponsored because like nobody wants to work with them. And they're just like saying they like turned down sponsorships in order to, you know, not taint their very well trusted and respected word.
a game that isn't,
Which I guess if you know, you know, but hard to respect DNA devs when they get shown their game can be hacked into and they don't secure it and someone just goes full on malware. Okay, well, like, you know, I don't know if there's any, like, maybe like incompetence is not like maliciousness. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, I don't know if that was like malice on their part. Like maybe they were incompetent, but like kind of unfortunate. And I don't, from what I heard, I remember looking into that. I don't know if it wasn't like a wide, like a super insane, like malware thing. I don't know. I don't remember though. Uma's also old gen. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, like the old gen games were way less, just way less, you know, generous. And it was just kind of like, that was just kind of the culture was like, look, you're going to pull like 200 times and not, you know, and maybe get like 1 character or something, or like spend $1,200 and get like 2 copies. Uma's a JP gacha? Well, yeah. Okay. The S person? Yeah. Yeah. Massive cope? Dude, I feel like, is anybody taking that seriously? Like the whole, like, I'm turning down sponsors so that I can tell you the truth, so that like my word is, that's just like, let's be so fucking real, bro. Like that's just, we lie as easily as we breathe. Like I have no idea, bro.
that's going to be
Like, why didn't we like, maybe, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's true, but like proof, you're going to show like the emails of them like on their hands and knees begging to sponsor you. Maybe they did. I don't know. Maybe they did, but I didn't see any proof with that claim. So
better. It's going to
maybe they did. Maybe that happened. I don't know. Maybe it did. But also because Silver Palace does look good and people are getting excited for it, is another reason why it's going to get doomed super hard. And it's already beginning. So brace yourselves.
different. But then you realize you're playing 2 gacha games now that both have 50-50 systems, right? So that same wallet is now having to spend just a little bit more money, even if they aren't spending as much money on one individual game. You combine what they're spending on 2 games and it's increasing, and everybody has a budget. Everybody only has so much money that they can spend on one individual gacha game, let alone 2, 3, or 4.
Called sponsor CCs grifters. Oh my God, bro. I mean, I feel like if you're such a brand risk, like essentially what you're seeing is someone who like has burned the boats. You know what I mean? Like they've burned the ships behind them, and now like their back is against the wall, and it's like that's essentially what you're seeing. Like you have nothing to lose at that point, like because you're such a well-known, you're probably blacklisted by like every single company that you're never getting a sponsor ever. So you might as well just like go full in, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's well. Wasn't he glazing Enfield so they would sponsor him? Potentially. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to speculate, but I do know there was a switch up that occurred at some point. So anyone know the base rate for Uma? Isn't it like 3% for both characters and sport cards? I don't remember Uma, but I played Uma when it was kind of blowing up. It's fun. I think if their dailies were like easier to do, if they were like 30-second dailies.
So what happens?
I would play Uma, but like on my phone, but didn't get into the partner program, so you did a full 180. We survived Enfield Doom Post. What is Silver Palace Doom Post gonna do to us?
Is the space gacha game, let alone 2, 3, or 4. So what happens is the space has to increase in volume and popularity, because if it doesn't, well, then you just have the same players spending the same money from their wallets. That's only going to carry you so far, right?
He's probably talking about like market saturation. I don't know how much I understood this point about, you know, I guess like if you're like taking on more gacha games, it increases the amount you're spending, and then, you know.
After this, Wuthering Waves comes out. The real Genshin killer. At least that's what they were being marketed as, whether they wanted to or not.
Yeah. Nothing can kill Genshin but Genshin. It's the same thing with Destiny 2, bro. Same thing with Destiny. Like the everyone always said Destiny 2, oh, the new D2 killer. Destiny 2 killer is coming out. Only thing that killed Destiny was Bungie themselves. What a tragedy.
More players start playing that game. Some of them leave Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail to play this game. Some of them stay there. Others start playing 3 different gacha games at once. But regardless, a lot of players aren't coming into the space the way they did when the pandemic announced Genshin Impact. It's kind of just the same players circulating around and trying different gacha games. Well, this particular dynamic and pathing.
Is that true? Like, I understand the logic. Like, I guess it makes sense logically. I guess it's like a claim, like, oh, we've reached market saturation. I guess that's like a claim. I don't know if there's a way to like prove that. I mean, if there was data on that, that would be interesting. I feel like, you know, if you were to look at like economic trends, you know, when the economic situation of the world gets worse, then like people might play more free to play games, you know, and maybe just like spend less. So like maybe there could be less spending in the game, but I feel like people would be kind of driven to more free to play games, right? So from what I've heard, I feel like from what I've seen, I feel like you can look at Sensor Tower data maybe, because they have like you know, full like money amounts of trends from like month to month, and like it's like, I guess, somewhat useful if it's like the total amount of money spent across like all gacha games from month to month of like a certain platform or whatever. I feel like I don't know if it's necessarily been going down, but who knows? I don't know. This was actually true. D2's been dying since Edge of Fate, let's be honest. Well, I mean, that was still like on the developers though, right? It's not like another game came and killed them. Like what did Destiny players leave and go play? Warframe? It'd already been out, so. Wouldn't it be funny if Genshin killed Wua instead? I think Wua's pretty entrenched now, so. I mean, again, the only thing that can kill Wua is probably Tencent. You know? Tencent's probably the only thing that can kill Wuthering Waves at this point. Market is going, but not fast enough. Think so? I doubt it is. It's definitely not growing like it was in COVID. Well, yeah. Yeah. It's not as saturated as he makes it out to be. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if you're looking at like content creator engagement, like the level of engagement, you know, the early Genshin days for like Genshin YouTube videos was like crazy insane. I don't know. Was you don't really see that with like new Gacha games, right? Like with Enfield, probably with Silver Palace, with NTE, you know, even like Zenless. You don't really get the same level of like online community presence. So maybe that's what it's kind of also building off of. We haven't reached total saturation, but it's more that everyone's fighting over the same part of the market instead of diversifying. I don't know. I have kind of like I you know, just like vibing it out. I do kind of get the feeling like at some point logically you would reach a level of saturation. I mean, I guess the idea is that, you know, people are being born every day. So like people are growing up and like being exposed to games every day. So like there's going to be new people, but I don't know. So Fortnite blew up, the COVID effect, or Warframe, Tarkov and stuff like that. Oh, okay. Yeah. For D2, yeah. More and more of these games are available on platforms not being tracked by Sensor Tower, so I'm always skeptical when someone uses that to say gacha spending growth is shrinking. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, I don't know. What is Sensor Tower again? Is it iOS or something like that? Or does it like estimate other things? I don't know. It's like mobile, right? Just mobile. Dude, I don't know. Like you have to be a statistician or like a data scientist or something, and like put together a study. Like, you know, you have to know, because like I mean, another thing could be, I don't know, if people are, you know, making less money, then maybe they are gaming more on their phones because, you know, you get a phone before you get like a PC that can run, or like a PlayStation, right? So like you would get a phone. Oh, I'm gonna play games on my phone. I'll download a free to play game on my phone. You know, like maybe that has something to do with it, but I don't know. You all got phones, right? You all got phones? Given how many people complain there's nothing to do in Enfield, we are far from being saturated. I think something worth mentioning is that since we're several years in, you also get people drop off gacha, not just intake, but also outtake. Since yeah, okay, that's fair. I mean, people do jump between different gachas though.
Continues.
Like do people? I guess people will just be like, I'm just done with gacha games forever. I mean, yeah.
To happen, but it speeds up rapidly as we know it. We know how this story goes. More and more gacha games start coming out. You got Chaos Zero Nightmare. You got Love in Deep Space.
Yeah, this is true. Like the chasing the trend chasing.
You've got many other gacha, Nikke, Goddess of Victory, Girls Frontline 2, Exilium. All of these gacha games start coming out, but a lot of them are still doing 50-50 systems. Chaos Zero Nightmare did the 50-50 system. Girls Frontline 2, Exilium.
I'll tell you to watch Fobmaster react in this video. It'd also take you 12 hours. Hold on. How long is Fobmaster's react? So there'll be like a react to a react. If you remember things that Fobmaster said that are good, you can tell them to me, and we'll do like a game of telephone, like reacting to you, reacting to Fobmaster, reacting to this. Meanwhile, I'm reacting to this. You know what I'm saying? It'd be like a big, like we're really slopping it up. You know what I'm saying? Like really slop it up. During COVID, a Genshin guide video made 3 to 7 million views. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. Now a great guide makes 500K and daily trash makes 20 to 30K. Yeah, bro, like a great fucking story analysis video makes like 3K.
You've got Uma Musume, you've got Star Savior, which aren't even 50-50s. They might even be worse because you can keep pulling until you just hopefully Star Savior. Nightmare did the 50-50 system. Girls Frontline 2 Exilium did it. You've got Uma Musume, you've got Star Savior, which aren't even 50-50s. They might even be worse because you can keep pulling until you just hopefully get the character.
Well, there's sparks though, right? There's sparks in those.
But one thing that's
about 40 minutes. God, dude, I don't know if I feel like if I started a 40-minute react video right now, I just feel like we would never, the stream would just not end, bro. We'd be here for like the next 12 hours.
As a whole is not actually expanding, and if it is, it isn't enough.
Dude, I do want to know. I feel like Fogmaster would know a lot though. I feel like he would have some great insight because he's been like doing this for so long. I'm like kind of curious now. Fuck. Fogmaster and good takes, new concept in the making, parentheses. I've never watched a Fogmaster video. That's good. Instigating, that's what I like to see. I like some good instigating. No one can freaking pronounce Ume Musume correctly. Okay, can you just like, can you sound it out for me then? Ume Musume. Ume Musume. Uma Musume. Uma Musume. Anyway.
To compensate for that fragmentation and oversaturation.
Yo, Volps, I take it you ain't taking any calls, right? Was wondering because I would love to say the info I got instead of writing it. Yeah, I'm not doing any like call-ins or anything. Yeah, no, sorry. Do your best if you want to share something in chat. Do your best. Sorry.
Of rapid gacha games released.
Uma Musume. Uma Musume. Uma Musume. Okay, nice.
With these 50-50 systems. And so what's one thing we learned as time goes by? I remember
Bolt would have to stop to respond to Smack and then listen to Fob and then respond to Fob. Yeah, no, it bro, like wouldn't work.
I tried to tell people so much about these predatory practices and how much gacha games releasing.
Now I gotta rewind.
That fragmentation and oversaturation of rapid gacha games releasing with these 50-50 systems. And so what's one thing we learned as time goes by? I remember in the beginning, I tried to tell people so much about these predatory practices and how much money you're actually spending on these games is ludicrous, that these companies are making too much money, and it was falling on so many deaf ears. But you speed up today and people now understand that phenomenon, that problem over glaring, it's a glaring problem.
Dude, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this. The whole like, what are you saying about like, I spoke about this and it's falling on deaf ears and no one cared. Like I spent so much time thinking about this and like, I still have not really come to a satisfactory answer, but like, do we have any power? Like, you know what I mean? Like, can we change anything? Like, there's multiple layers to like, can we change anything? Like, first of all, can you change, can you like, for us being in the EN space, giving feedback to these like Eastern developers, can we like affect anything? I mean, maybe he can, I don't know if I can, but like, do they really care? But also, like when you're talking about like, this is the big one, right? This is the big one, and this is I think the most thing that I've like thought the most about, which is like, can you really fight against human nature? Like, can you fight against like a fucking consumer culture? Because I feel like at the end of the day with consumer culture, if something like brings pleasure to somebody, they're just going to do it. Like they don't really care. Like, and like, if the cost is too much, then they wouldn't do it, right? Because like either they can't afford it or like the cost brings into so much pain that it's no longer pleasurable. But, you know, if the cost is that, then, and if people are still consuming it, it's like because they're still getting pleasure out of it, right? Like it's like the most like base kind of human instinct thing. Like, can we really fight against that? Can we really do anything about that? Like the only thing that could really happen is like, I don't know, some fucking global economic crash. Now nobody has any money. And then like gacha games are like, oh shit, like we can't charge as much. I don't know. Cause like, you know, like there's like slaves picking cocoa beans in South America and like Africa, you know, like, but we still all buy chocolate, right? Is that a good example for this? Like, I don't know. It's just like, I don't know, bro. It's frustrating because like you want to like, I want to speak about it. Like maybe like if maybe we can get Silver Palace to like have better stuff. Not that like, it's not like undeserving to be played because of the gacha system, but like we always want better like systems or whatever. Like, can you really do anything about it? Like, I don't know. Anyway. You should have said in your video, Enfield doesn't bait romance with Arcane, unlike certain other games. Well, your vid would explode. Just have like, in the first like 20 seconds, maybe I will just like do some rage bait or something. Good point. Is that the meta? Speaking to a cam with a mic equals futile activism, futile activism, and empowerment. Yeah, take away his civil rights. What is it with you and civil rights, brother? Like, why do you keep talking about taking away people's civil rights? Can you convince poker players not to gamble or alcoholics not to drink while they have a bottle in their hands? Smokers not smoking while smoking. Like, yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Genshin was special because compared to other gacha games back then, it was leaning more into being an actual game. It had more friendly gacha with the introduction of a guarantee after the first 50-50 loss, more balancing and way slower power creep progression, more player freedom on what you can play to progress in game. Yeah, like I think, you know, nowadays, if you were to use Genshin as like the example of all those things you said, people would like have something to say about that. I still think Genshin's a good game. I still kind of like Genshin today, but you know, I think people would be like a little more because there's so many new stuff that's come out. But yeah, I think when Genshin came out, it really was, you know, it had the quality and like I think it was also had a better gacha system for what people playing gacha games were familiar with. It also did capture a bunch of normies, so you know, it did definitely bring a lot of people in who'd never played gacha before. Anyway, this is like a tangent, I guess. Conventional gaming's not doing well either with $80, $100 games. In the camp, we don't need better gacha systems, you mean? We need better games? Yeah. Yeah, dude, I think at the end of the day, I also yearn for just like, you know, like, I think like the way the Silver Palace system is set up, I think Captain Cabinets had a tweet where she like said something about like the number of characters you get in 1,000 pulls and like Silver Palace, it was like 12 alongside like Wuba 12, Genshin 12, HSR 12, something like that, right? It's like in line with all that stuff. Like at this point, I mean, obviously I would want more or better, but like I really yearn for just like a really fun game to play, right? I just yearn for fun games.
They're starting to play all these different.
Yeah, also, yeah, Genshin was kind of the Breath of the Wild clone, yeah.
Gacha games. Some of them are trying to manage multiples at once, and they're spending so.
You ignored me, Volps? Okay, sorry. Let me scroll up and read your message. Let me see what you said. Let me read your message, buddy. He said that a game failed because it's a bad game, not because of its gacha. 2, we want to support a good game, not a game that just has better gacha system. 3, nothing will change until Hoyo, HD, Kuro change something.
so much
Okay.
money. Why? One of the reasons, because of the 50-50
I mean, I feel like we're going to get to all those points eventually in the video. So
system. Losing it means spending a lot more money than you're comfortable with spending. And nobody wants to feel like they lost. Why? Trying to manage
I think he's going to talk about that
multiples
stuff
at
later.
once, and they're spending so much money. Why? One of the reasons, because of the 50-50 system. Losing it means spending a lot more money than you're comfortable with spending. And nobody wants to feel like they lost trying to acquire a character. Spending money to acquire a character in and of itself is a fool's errand. It's foolish, but it's also a part of the gacha culture. And that's a battle I gave up on a long time ago. However, if you could choose to have a 50-50 system or not have a 50-50 system, most would say F the 50-50 system. Well, now we're living in a gacha space where developers are competing for your time and your money because the gacha space isn't increasing in volume enough to overcompensate for oversaturation.
I was thinking I was gonna say something about the 50-50 where like I feel like if you, I don't really understand the thing about the 50-50. Like I feel like if you're at the point where you're swiping on a gacha game, you've already lost, you know? Like if you're already swiping for pulls, you've already lost. Like I think the 50-50 is there. You know, like maybe it's like a sort of bait, like, oh, I just need to pull to the 50-50, and then nobody like envisions themselves losing. So like in their mind, they're just gonna win, but then they lose, and then they're like, oh, sunk cost fallacy, you gotta keep going, you know. Like it does like carry over the guarantee. So like I don't know. Anyway, at the end of the day, I like kind of agree with what he's saying. Like the point is that like there's like you spend a ludicrous amount of money to get characters, which yeah. Remove 50-50, take us back to the old days. Dude, I feel like playing Endfield with the spark system, like I feel like I don't hate the spark system, right? I don't hate the idea of sparking. Like if you're like in line in terms of like that whole like, you know, characters per 1,000 pulls or something, right? Like as long as it's like at a certain like benchmark. But it's like when you get to the sparks, like FGO, where it's like spend $2,000, you know, it's ludicrous. 50-50s are to soften the blow. If you spend the money, you shouldn't complain that you lost a 50-50. Yeah, like I feel like you've already kind of made your bet as soon as you're swiping, like, because you know, if you're whatever, if it's a Genshin or Wu or whatever with the prices, ZZZ, HSR, like, you know, you spend $100 for, I think if you don't have the 2x bonus, it's like 40 pulls, something like that. 40, 41, 42 pulls, something. So like, if you're at the point where, you know, you need like 160 pulls and you're like spending $100 per 40 pulls, I mean, it is 40, right? It's not, I think 80. Yeah, 80 is like if it's double. So I don't know. Like at that point, like they've already got you. So
increasing in volume enough to overcompensate for oversaturation.
Like your sense of like dollar value has been like completely obliterated, which is part of what gacha games like seek to do. They seek to like essentially obliterate any sort of like conceptual value of dollar value, you know? Like how much is $1 worth? And then eventually it's like swipe $100 for 40 pulls that are gone in 20 seconds and give you nothing. Like, you know, it's insane, but Spark system doesn't equal 120 system. Yeah, no, there's like a 50-50 in the middle of it, right? Yeah. I know it's not like a, you know, traditional Spark or whatever. Spark is 300 pulls to get character per banner only. 50-50 versus Spark is straight up like Spider-Man pointing meme. They're going to rinse you either way. Yeah, exactly. Like I think that Captain Cabinet's tweet where it was like pulls per, or like characters per 1,000 pulls, like averaging out over the long run, you know, that's probably the best metric to look at.
And fragmentation. And when those two variables compound on top of each other, now you get a very competitive market where the future gacha games now have to give you better incentives, better monetary incentives and practices for free-to-play friendly teams and dynamics, or I'm sorry, games and dynamics, so that you want to try their game.
Yeah.
And potentially leave the game
Agreed.
you're playing, or try to squeeze in their game with the game you're playing.
Agreed.
And here lies the problem. Here comes the end of an era. Because this is becoming a over-glaring problem for developers and publishers, they now are forced naturally to make their games way more accessible and free-to-play friendly than the ones you're currently playing. And this is where things get interesting, because the first game to really make that power move was Neverness to Everness.
Well, like if that was true though, we'd be seeing that with like every new game coming out, right? I know he's making the example of Neverness. I'll hear out this example of Neverness to Everness, but the first thing you do is calculate dollar cost per pull. I don't feel like they soften the blow that much. Having to go to guarantees, Yeah. Well, I feel like I just blew out the mic with that. That was really loud. Well, yeah, I mean, you're like, I've heard people say it's like gambling for a discount. So, like, you know, when I go to 120 in, like, recently I had to, the Fate collab came out for HSR. So I was pulling on Rin's light cone, and I lost the 75-25 for Rin's light cone. So then I did like 70 something pulls, and then I had to go and do like another, like, I don't remember how many, but like some amount of pulls. And like, that's going to feel like ass. Like, no matter if there's a 50-50, 75-25, like no matter what, you know, if we're talking about like feeling bad, you know, if there's a possibility that it could have been less, it's always going to feel bad when you have to spend more. Like, yeah, because in your mind, like, oh, I could have just won that 75-25. Like,
not a PvP.
You know, it's always going to feel bad going to like the worst possible case scenario.
Very important, because Epic 7 and Summoner's War and Etheria Restart, people will try and say those games have guaranteed no 50-50s. That doesn't matter because they're PvP. And if they didn't make their game a guaranteed rate up, people would just quit them, because who the hell wants to play a PvP game where you're gambling on getting characters that are meta? Nobody wants to do that. Not in a PvP game. But when a single player game comes along and says, we're doing no 50-50, we're not doing it, we're giving up on that, we'll get it, we'll get our bag by various means such as cosmetics and such, but we are done with the 50-50 system. That is a huge power move by that particular developer. That's also going to ripple and affect future gacha games and pre-existing gacha games. And it's the first step to going in the right direction, truly, especially when you consider fragmentation and oversaturation, right? Now,
is it the first? I mean, yeah, it is the first step, but will it necessarily change? I mean, the optimistic part of me wants to say yes, but I feel like the cynical part of me wants to say like not necessarily. Unfortunately, I wish that was true, but I feel like it's not necessarily true. Unfortunately, I want to believe it. I hope it happens. Like I genuinely hope that happens, but
we're in a space where when a game starts to drop, the first thing people question is there a 50-50 system? People have become so overly sensitive to a 50-50 system that they won't even touch the game if it's a 50-50. If it's officially confirmed 50-50, oh, not playing it.
Dude, but like how did that even start, right? Why did that even happen? Why did that even start? Like, when did that happen? Like, all these people that like they must still be playing like Genshin and HSR and WoW and ZZ. They must still be playing all those games, right? So like, you know, but the new games, it's like unacceptable. I don't know. Was it with Endfield? Was it because of Endfield that started? I want to hit anyone. Well, no violence, but you know, I want anyone that brings up pity carryover as anything other than a gambling trap. feel like today we just get tons of people who are new to Gacha games. They don't know or have experienced what other old Gacha games were. Also, that thing that he was saying about NTE is also on the caveat that like, you know, per 1,000 pulls, how many characters you're getting, you know, like, and also like how much pull currency they're giving you. Although like from what I've heard about NTE, they are being genuinely more generous, and you're getting more characters, more like with a good like amount of pulls per patch or something. So yeah, but remember Captain Cabinet's hating on Enfield Gacha though, so I wonder where her sudden defense takes for SP comes from, Silver Palace comes from. I don't know, I don't remember that stuff. But I don't know. One hour in and we're barely halfway through the video. Looks like another 1.5 hour estimation was. Looks like my 1.5 hour estimation was too optimistic. We're more than halfway. More than halfway. We're more than halfway.
Some people right now jumping to conclusions on
Started with Enfield mostly because everyone were parroting how it's unacceptable. It doesn't have guarantee on second 50-50. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean that was just like propaganda though. Did that really like change the culture of the gacha space, you think? This like propaganda, this like misrepresentation of the system just like broke everyone's brains. But like also, you know, if I'm a developer, you know, and I'm making a game and somebody's like, I'm not going to try this game if there's a 50-50, like, does it really matter? You know, like, do you view that person as like a high value, like customer or like player, you know? Cause like, if they have no interest in your game based off of like the trailer or how the game looks, like there has to be a way, like a much lower probability that they'll like stick with your game long term, right? I just feel like if I'm thinking about it, like, you know, in terms of like who do you market the game to? If somebody's like seen all of the trailers, seen the gameplay, and they're just like, you know, I'm not trying it because of the 50-50 thing. Like, do you like appeal to that person? Like they don't care about your game. Like they don't give a fuck about your game. So like, why do you even care? Honestly, you know, because I think what's being unsaid with that, like if you were to like try and look deeper into that, what's being unsaid is that like to that person, your game is like not of a super high quality where like they would just play it because like, you know, like they've made the calculus in their mind where, okay, this game doesn't look that great and I'll only play it if it's like super generous, right? I'll only like try it if it's like super, super generous. But otherwise, like they don't like your game. You know, they've already kind of decided they don't really like it. So everyone in Silver Palace comment section is saying I can't play any game with 50-50 after NTE. I don't know. Maybe because it's early in the CBT, like maybe they'll change something. But like, I don't know, bro. The game's gonna they're gonna rinse you no matter what. Like they're still gonna fucking rinse you. Like they can remove the 50-50 and then still have the same, like, you know, 12, if it was 12 characters per 1,000 pulls before, they can remove the 50-50 and just like change the numbers so that it's 12 characters every 1,000 pull. Like, and then are those people gonna be like, oh my God, yes, I love this game now. Like, is that what has to happen? Like maybe truly for gacha devs, the true meta is like design a system that like sounds better than everything else, but is actually just the same as everything else. Like, I don't know. I just realized bro is making an entire video from a Twitter opinion piece. Who, Gacha Smack? I think this is just Gacha brain rot discussion. I think so. I feel like there's some validity to what he's saying about like market saturation and like things changing. I mean, again, genuinely, like I want better, you know, like if Silver Palace is a fun game, because I want to play it because it looks fun, but obviously I would have more fun if it was like 20 characters per 1,000 pulls rather than like 12 characters per 1,000 pulls. Like that's obvious, right? So like if they want to change that, I'm like, you know, go for it. Please do after you, you know, but
rumors.
I don't know if yelling at them that like, you know, I can never play a game with a 50. I don't know if that is what is going to is what like the most encouraging, you know, most encouraging thing about it. Maybe, I don't know.
And it's not even confirmed yet by the devs of Silver Palace if there actually is a 50-50 or if it's Arknights Endfield, whatever. But people are so sensitive to it. Like, nope, I'm out. And I think this was the natural path.
At least don't present said Twitter post equals mass consensus. Wait, what Twitter post are we talking about here? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? New games aren't as entrenched with huge fan bases and can't provide as much content as a game that's been around for 6 years. So you have to sweeten the deal in other ways. I mean, yeah, I do. Yeah, like I do agree. Like when you're coming in, I mean, like the general thing of what he's saying, which is that like if you're Silver Palace, dog, and like, bro, especially, I made an entire video about this, but like, especially if you're just gonna come in and just like copy fucking Spiral Abyss, copy fucking, you know, box to box roguelike gameplay. If you're just gonna come in and copy literally everything and just like do a new like flavor, like here's a new combat system and a new like setting and like, you know, character design, theme and stuff. Like if that's all you're gonna do, then like I feel like you sweeten the deal a little bit, right? Because just like logically, when people are like in their ecosystem, their game, like, are they really going to have their head turned by something that's like kind of the same, but same, but different? You know? I mean, I see that. Genshin made gacha games mainstream specifically by giving a sensible pity. New people are not ready to learn that FGO rates were not just standard, they were slightly better than average. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Dude, people would spend thousands of dollars for like not even like a 3D character in an open world game. They spend thousands of dollars for like a fucking like 2D chibi, whatever, you know? Like
Thing.
Gacha is truly, I mean, I've never played any of those games, but yeah, it's kind of like a disease.
Of what has transpired in the gacha space, right? But getting back to NTE, the best thing that
You know, the 50-50 thing is fake news. You mean the Silver Palace thing? Silver Palace has a weird system. I mean, we can see it from the beta, right? They kind of have like it's basically like 100. You spark at 100. And then before, people are saying it's 25-75 before that. Like there's no actual like rate up for the rate up character. I don't know. Can anyone confirm this? Is anyone in the beta here? Surely like at least one person is, right? It did break people's brains because wherever you go, you see the same nonsensical complaints being voiced over and over. Yeah. Who is everyone though? 100K chronically online people listening on that scale doesn't change much. Yeah. You want to get players, not just softcore gambling addicts. Otherwise, community will not grow. Yeah. Like you do want people that are like truly invested in your game and in, you know, the content of your game. Yeah. It's funny they said that if NT is so good, what are they doing looking for a new game? I don't know. I mean, they could play multiple, but
can do by saying you don't want a 50-50 is support games with no 50-50s in the space. This is very common logic. It's not like you need a rocket science degree to understand this phenomenon. If you doom post NTE, well, then you're also telling the developers, future gacha game developers.
Yeah, I say this all the time. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't care if you even put no 50-50 in your game, we're still going to doom post it.
Yeah.
So why would I remove my 50-50? I mean, NTE did it. They still hated on the game. Let's just go proceed with the 50-50 because they're playing Wuthering Waves. They're playing Arknight's Endfield. They're playing Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail's Endless on Zero. All those games have 50-50s and they're making a heaping amount of money off of these guys. So clearly getting rid of the 50-50 isn't the issue. You see where I'm going?
Bro, this is yeah, I was saying this earlier about like the topic of the Echoes of War with the timer swap. Yeah. And dude, I mean, here's the thing. So I think there's some nuance to this where it's like the idea of like supporting NTE. I mean, I think like naturally, if somebody, that doesn't mean like force yourself to play NTE if you're not like having fun with it, because nobody's gonna like sit down and like, oh, I like logging in every day. Oh, I fucking hate this. I hate my life. Like I hate every single second I spend on this, but I'm supporting it because, I want future coming. Like, I don't think that's what he meant. But it's like, I think what he means is like, because there was someone saying that like, I forgot who exactly, some other person had to crash out over this take about NTE. But like, I'm not gonna, even if I'm not still playing NTE, I am not gonna doom post it. I mean, I generally try not to doom post anything, but like, I'm not gonna like talk shit about NTE. I'm gonna maybe try and keep like a positive like reputation about it, and like, if people like so that people maybe feel like encouraged to try it because it's free. And then like, if they genuinely enjoy it and want to stick with it, then like good, right? Like that's cool if they are genuinely enjoying themselves, but not out of like an obligation to, support it for the sake of the monetization, I guess. I'm pretty sure that's what he's saying. It's not like don't sit there and like, I think it was the same thing with Do It Night Abyss. Like they were trying to do something new with the monetization. You could say that like maybe the quality was less and like that's why they felt like they had to do that. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit there and doom post them. I'm not going to sit there and like prey on their downfall. I'm not going to prey on NTE's downfall either. Like genuinely, you kind of want NTE to succeed. You kind of want them to like keep up their income or player base or whatever, right? He's underselling how decent Enfield's gacha system is as a whole. Who is underselling?
Silver Palace is another game coming into the mainstream space, and all eyes are on its gacha system. This is good. This is wonderful. Because what y'all are going to do is you're going to compare it to Neverness to Everness. That's what you should do. You compare it to the best market contender in the mainstream space, and that's Neverness to Everness for a free-to-play, consumer-friendly experience. By doing that, you are now forcing another mainstream space game to have to confine to that principle, because if they don't, it's going to be a massive market capture loss. And on top of that, just recently, Chasing Collider Rider, another upcoming gacha game that's not PvP. That's important.
Bro, later compared a 3D open world game to a 2D light novel game. Is that what that means? LN? I guess we'll see.
Just announced.
If you're talking about monetization, I mean, if it's monetization, we'll see what it is.
No 50-50, and they're adding limited.
Is that what this is? Kaleido Rider?
Chasing Kaleido Rider, another upcoming gacha game that's not PvP. That's important. Just announced. No 50-50.
You want other people to play NTE so that the games you do want to play also remove 50-50? Yeah, exactly. Like, if we're talking about like, if we're talking about, improving the direction of the gacha space, right? Or like of the monetization or of the types of content. Like if there's a new person who's like maybe new to gacha games, or they're like trying all these games. I mean, to be fair, like I'll say just, try whatever looks good to you, play whatever you like. But like, I think I'm more incentivized as a consumer if that person goes to Neverness to Everness or Arknight's Endfield, because those games are doing things that like to me are more positive directions, right? For like NTE with the monetization. I think Enfield's also like pretty good with like its weapon banner system. But then also the way it makes content, especially, right? So like I want Silver Palace to learn from how Enfield makes content and how NTE, I guess, does its monetization, for example. Like, and that's better. That's better for me as a consumer than if that person went and got addicted to like Genshin Impact. You know, like being real. Like, and at the end of the day, I know like whatever, people just enjoy whatever they're playing. Play your games, have fun with them. Like I like something. I like Genshin, all that stuff. I play HSR, I play ZZ. Like, you know, that's different. I'm talking about like strictly from like maybe what you're incentivized as a consumer, or like what's best from like the consumer perspective. Does that make sense? Like sports at this point, my team Gacha is better. I mean, are you talking about like what Gosh Mike's saying? I don't think that's what he's saying. I don't think that's what he's saying. I hope bro's gonna mention the dupe strength and NTE if he's showing it so much. Does NTE do the dupe strength thing as well? I mean, NTE has, you know, has like timer swap end game, right? So is this just a hidden NTE ad? No, this isn't.
And they're adding limited banners into the standard banner upon their banners expiring. This is again in the right direction. Another game people need to support. It's important you support these games because that's how you tell future developers we don't want 50/50s in our games. But them on top of NTE doing this, not only is it going to put pressure on future gacha games, it's going to put pressure on.
Well, again, it's not just 50/50s, but it's like characters per 1,000 pulls, you know? But anyway,
pre-existing gacha games too, because what's going to happen is people gacha games, it's going to put pressure on pre-existing gacha games too.
Gacha game consumer friendly. I mean, we're just talking about differently shaped turds here. Nothing about NTE is consumer friendly because it's still at the end of the day a gambling simulator. Well, yeah, but I don't think we're not making the claim that NTE is like consumer friendly. I mean, define consumer friendly as well. I think the point is that when it comes down to like the, you know, characters per 1,000 pulls, you want that number to be higher. This is so dumb, by the way. NTE monetizes itself mainly from skins, and imagine Silver Palace just pumps out skins and destroys their theming. Quickest way to EOS, TBH? Yes. Yes. I mean, they could have skins that fit the theming, but they could still have skins that fit the theme, you know? Like theoretically, they're supposed to make characters forever, right? So like they should be able to come up with outfits for their characters. I don't know. It shouldn't be that impossible, but dude, now that I think about it, how is Silver Palace going to keep making characters? What are these characters going to look like? I mean, they you know, it's not just Victorian style era, but there's also like fairy tale stuff. There is some like, you know, Lord of Mysteries, mysticism type stuff going on. Like Cinderella is like on fire, I think. But is NTE good enough to even change the gacha space? Well, I guess that's $1 million question. I think, dude, you can select which dupes you get in NTE. Well, yeah, but are they like overpowered? Are they like required to clear endgame content? Like, what is? There's levels to consumer friendliness. Gachas are inherently not consumer friendly, and if you can't accept that as a baseline, you're in the wrong space. Okay. Oh, Smack said that in the video. That's why you typed it. Oh, my bad. I think the assumption when they're talking about consumer friendly, I think it's implied that it's supposed to be like relative, right?
50/50s need to banners expiring. This is again in the right direction. Another game people need to support. It's important you support these games because that's how you tell future developers we don't want 50/50s in our games. But them on top of NTE doing this, not only is it going to put pressure on future gacha games, it's going to put pressure on pre-existing gacha games too. Because what's going to happen is people who are playing these current gacha games are going to go, hey, hold on now. Why aren't you guys doing this? Why couldn't y'all have added these limited characters into the standard banner? Why do you still have to do this 50-50? You're making plenty of money. This is an overall net positive for the gacha.
I think what he's saying, it kind of reminds me of how, like in an econ class, you know, your professor will be talking to you about like how economics works, but then he'll turn around and he'll be like, by the way, like none of this actually works this way in reality. You know what I mean? Like it's like it sounds logical. It sounds right. Like I would agree on the face of it, but does it actually work that way in practice? I think is like the $1 million question, you know? Like it makes sense. But is that like I would like to see some maybe like examples of like historical precedent maybe, or any sort of like, I mean, this isn't a video that's like a research video that's looking into like numbers and trends and stuff, but like, do you think Wuthering Waves is, you know, they're assumedly very successful, right? Do you think they are gonna look at NTE and be like, I guess we need to buckle up, like we need to be more generous? Place my bets on Ananta as the game changer, bro. Ananta might not even be real. It's also not a gacha game. Ananta sounds like it's in development hell, and I don't even know if it's real at this point. But talking about what he's saying, just the general discussion in the space, people are a bit aggressive and don't leave space for competition to be successful, like sports. Oh, okay. You're confident in the gacha you like, you wouldn't need to bash and sabotage others with an agenda? Well, yeah. I don't think Gacha Smack understands the intra-industry model to say this. I feel like he would understand it more because he like works and talks to developers, right? He's been like flown out and he like talks to developers directly or something. I feel like he would know more. But maybe they just don't talk about this kind of stuff, so who knows? It's just so complicated. Like when you're talking about the intra-industry model, big word by the way. It's just so complicated. Like I don't know if like how much money would Wuthering Waves need to lose before Tencent was like, yo, like we need to do something. Like, and also sometimes, like, here's the thing. This is also like the unintended consequence thing when I was talking about, you know, like it sounds great, but sometimes the real world is like, there's all these like unintended consequences, like, what do they call like third order, like tertiary effects or whatever, third order effects where, you know, if let's say it's Wuthering Waves, right? It could be any game, but it was an example. And cause maybe the Wuthering Waves fans will get angry that I keep saying Wuthering Waves, but anyway, let's say it's Wuthering Waves and they're losing money now month over month. And like something becomes clear that like, oh, we've lost a significant portion of our player base. Like we need to do something. But, you know, Tencent could come in and be like, look, rather than like being more generous to try and get people back, you should like make the monetization even more, like go even harder, because the people that have stayed are like your hyper loyal fan base, right? And like they're more likely to like pay even more and swallow even more, so you can squeeze them even harder. So like, you know, that could, I don't know, like maybe that could happen, right? That could be like an unintended effect of like some companies going down. So you kind of don't know. You kind of don't know if what would happen. Sort of happened with Genshin, right? They improved something of their gacha. They added the capturing radiance, but like, you know, Genshin also has added like, you know, shill bosses, like bosses that require you to have certain characters, you know, like, you know, there's certain things with like the lunar reaction where like they kind of eliminated some backwards compatibility. And like usually with the elemental reaction system of Genshin, there's always like tons of backwards compatibility with old characters. But with, you know, with lunar reactions, they basically just snapped their fingers and just kind of got rid of that. So there's like stuff like that that happens. Wuthering Waves obviously has its you know, shield teammates. HSR has that. It's the signature weapon. Inflation, HP inflation, you know. Once it might as well convert to a gacha game since everyone thinks it is one. I don't know. I hope it's good. I'm kind of not into GTA games in the first place, but I don't know. If it's just like a normal like $60 game, I mean, I whatever. I hope it's good. I don't know if I'll like it, play it, but Genshin was an easy entrance into gacha games because it was a bit familiar in terms of its Breath of the Wild like aesthetic and didn't follow the overly sexualized stereotypes of other gacha. Think so? More mainstream? That's related to his content creation skills, not understanding of economics. No, but I mean, like, if you talk to developers, you might have some understanding of like how they do things, right? I mean, I don't know. Like, I would imagine if you're like working with new developers and you're talking about like, you know, how do they want to, maybe they're, I don't know anything about this. I just feel like maybe you would know more, but I don't know. NTE needs a year to see how it moves. Okay. Yeah. Isn't Tencent also fucking around with WUA with the collab? Yeah. Well, I don't know. We don't know what Tencent, what was like, you know, the heck? What did I do?
This is why this is an overall net positive for the gacha space. And this is why.
Yeah. We don't know if Tencent did that, but that was clearly like kind of like how can we squeeze a little more money out of this, right? That was clearly a decision like that. So, I mean, you could even say that like bike skins are a way of getting more money out of the place. Like, you know, like obviously it's like cosmetic and optional, people will pay for it, but like it's still more monetization, you know? Like why isn't like that stuff could be like earnable in a game mode. You know what I mean? When characters are like we were talking earlier, like this characters already cost so much. It's like a freaking bike skin. Like the bike is probably going to be deprecated in like the future region anyway. Like that could just be like an earnable cosmetic that like looks really pretty and people are happy with it, you know, but it's like a $30 skin instead. You know what I mean? That who knows? Who knows? $500 skin gacha with the League of Legends. Yeah. Yeah. Will NT even be relevant for a year, or will it become like Tower of Fantasy? I don't know. NTE could improve over time, or like any game, like any live service game, it can continue to improve. And like people like it. It seems like it has like a player base and it makes money. So I don't think it's like dying or in danger. You mean to add like 20 bike skins that are just glorified textures? No. Genshin does shill mobs in Abyss constantly at this point? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and stellar conduct for Sneznaya. Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah. Yeah. So far, Enfield's only shill fight was the Howler Beast with the boosted res, but even Fluorite could replace Arcane for that. I mean, but also you were getting the gacha currency easy, right? Like there was no like danger of you missing out on any gacha currency. It's you know difficult if you're trying to do like the 3-minute DPS check or something, which is for like a little badge next to your name. So in that case, yeah, don't really have an issue. Hypergriff milk my wallet with skins. Okay. I think some people really want to pay for skins.
Said this is potentially entering the end of an era, and that era is the 50-50 era. Now, do I think that Wuthering Waves and Hoyoverse and current pre-existing market captures are going to die upon all of this happening? No, but it is going to take away and trickle away from their audience. There's going to be a lot of players that are going to stay
I just ran in your live stream, and I'm pretty new to Gacha games, and I have the impression that the popular titles don't need a big change since the whales or gamble sick players are going to finance them fine. I think some of these big mainstream games, I think they do make. I don't know. This is my speculation, but like, I feel like there's got to be a sizable amount of revenue that comes from like your $5 monthly players. You know, maybe $15, or if you're buying a battle pass and monthly card, I think it's like $11 or $12 per month. It comes out to. So like, that could be like a sizable amount of income if you've got like, I don't know, a few million, like maybe a few million. Let's say you got 1 million players paying $10 a month. Like that's $10 million a month, you know? Like that's a pretty sizable amount. I think some games like FGO or some like JP games rely super heavily on whales because like in FGO, you're basically either whaling or you're free to play. There's no in between. But when companies provide like that in between like minnow territory, then, you know, first of all, it kind of like allows people to gradually transform into like dolphins and whales because, you know, they become accustomed to spending and they start spending more and more and more. But, you know, in FGO, you know, you're maybe you're spending like, you know, what is it, like $15, like $30 every 6 months on a couple guaranteed like GSSRs guaranteed things, or you're just like free to play, or you're just spending like thousands of dollars to get like every character. Like there's really no in between. So stream took so long I decided to sleep. How long have we been reacting to this?
So much, and that's okay. But there's going to be players who are playing and they're like, you know what, I'm out, man. These other games are just way more free to play friendly, way more accessible. And as I said before, I only have so much money in my wallet. I only have so much time for free time for playing.
Yeah, right. We know Gotch Smack is fucking
video games.
Saying he has only so much money in his wallet. What is the guy talking about? This guy's like a millionaire. He's trying to be relatable. He's trying to be relatable. But I see through it. IMO Enfield had the best power creep so far because you can still clear. Yeah. Well, I mean, Enfield is still young, so like I think power creep usually becomes a problem in gachas in like year 2 and 3 probably. So I guess it remains to be seen, but we've talked about this before. I think like you know, based on like the principle, like the foundation of the you know, combat system and the gameplay modes, and you know, not putting gotcha currency and like the DPS check stuff, like in that sense, it doesn't really encourage power creep, and power creep can be more managed. And even if there is power creep, it's not necessarily going to like ruin the rest of the game, you know? Does that make sense? I need Ember in a bikini plus, I don't know what that is, plus sun hat, swinging a giant pool noodle or beach umbrella around. I mean, you could just say put everyone, put like Pog in a bikini, put Ardashir in a bikini, you know, just put everyone in a bikini. Hey, hope you're doing great. Hope you're doing great. Zara Rose 207. Hope you're doing great. Most of these games' revenue come from minnows and dolphins easily. I can see that. Yeah. I can see that. You know, there's like the what's it called? I forgot what this is called. It's something to do with like the hold on. There's this concept related to like the dollar store or something like that, where I'm gonna butcher this. Like basically as the kind of like economic situation for people gets worse, basically they start going to like the dollar. Anyway, I've never, you know what, mods, can we delete the last like 30 seconds of the stream? I forgot about that. I don't want to butcher it. It has something to do with how people shop more at the dollar store. So like basically they'll when it comes to like gaming, like rather than buying like a $60 game, wait, actually I remembered it. Here we go. Yeah, cut the last like 45 seconds and we'll restart. Basically, like with gaming, rather than spending like $60 on a game, they'll spend like, you know, $5 on a microtransaction, and they'll just do that like slowly over time. So, you know, that's how like the microtransactions monetize people who like are maybe like, you know, less economically available. That makes sense? Because you can throw $5 at something per month without thinking about it, but like it's harder to like sit down and pay like $60, $70 for something. Yo, what's up, Astral? 2 or 3 unless you're Wua Lamau. Wua was doing pretty good for a while there. Wua was doing pretty good for a little while there. And then I think it got pretty bad. But, you know, that's the way it goes. That's how it goes. Enfield, you can still earn every pull currency with fully free teams, which I don't think any other gacha can say. Well, the thing is, if again, this is why, again, I got so mad at like the people who are like misrepresenting like the whole like Enfield's Echo of War thing, and they're not. I mean, maybe like, you know, some people, those people did mention, you know, how it's good, you can get all the currency in the first few stages. But if they're, you know, for the people who are not, like, the thing is, like, you know, 3 years from now, 4 years from now, you could still get all the currency from Endgame using like free to play teams. You know what I mean? You could still get all the currency from the Endgame if like they make it where all the currency is on like the lowest stages. And that's really cool, actually. That's actually really cool. That's like something, yeah, like no other game could say that at this point, which I think is great. It's a great idea. But Hypergriff, dude, Hypergriff is just so smart. I love Hypergriff. In Hypergriff, we trust. Say I'm doing tricks on it. You know what? Yeah, I am doing tricks on it. You know why I'm doing tricks on it? It's because they deserve it. It's because they deserve it. Yeah, I will be doing tricks on it. You know what? I'll do fucking tricks on it all day. Thank you, Hypergriff. I fucking love these guys. You guys think I'm a brand risk? you guys think I'm a brand risk? I don't know. I don't know if that sponsorship's ever gonna come. Yvonne literally asked Enman to go to La Fantôme, the beach resort location. They know they have a nuclear button on their hands. Oh wait, yeah. If they designed a beach resort location, yeah, no, they're gonna have to tap into that. Well, yeah, no, Arknights has summer skins. Oh yeah, no, they're tapping into that for sure.
And me trying to keep up.
Didn't Wua get it in like, wasn't it in year 2 during Renacida? They had their first. Yeah, no, they're gonna tap into it. Maybe not in year 1, but like guys, next year, a year from now, they're going to be tapping into those summer skins for sure.
With this very expensive
100%. Do you play ZZZ? Yeah, I do. Yeah. Haven't we talked about ZZZ like a lot before? Yes, I do. I like ZZZ.
Game where a big part of mine, man, these other games are just the game so much, and that.
Buying a BP in a monthly is $15 per month. Well, it's like, well, the thing is a BP is like, if a patch is 42 days, it's like a little over a month. So like I did the math before, it's like $12 a month. Anyway, not to nitpick, but yeah. A Western AAA dev only dreams of a full game income every quarter from each customer. Yeah. Nah, dude, it's kind of OP. Regarding Enfield, the only negative thing is the currency grinding for one guarantee, which is 60k. It took me almost 3 months after clearing all free resources. Well, it's more like 50k because, right? Or like 55k because they give you one free 10 pull. So, anyway. And like 50k if you have a dossier. Oh no, sorry, they give you, yeah. But anyway, no, I know what you mean. I mean, but it's like kind of like any gacha game, dude. It's like any gacha game in that regard. Pretty similar. Like, could they be more generous? Yeah, you know what? I'll keep asking. Hypergrip. I know I was just doing tricks on it, but like, you know, maybe they can, if they want to increase our gacha income, like, hey, I'll take that. Please. Please do. What categorizes a dolphin? Probably if you're spending like hundreds of dollars a month, right? Or is that whale territory? I feel like whales is once you get into like the thousands. Like people who are, you know, I would say maybe a dolphin is getting like every character and their signature in other games. Maybe not in Enfield, but in like a Wuthering Waves or Genshin. If you're getting like every character and their weapon, I feel like that's dolphin territory. HG's not new to the summer bikini skin in Event Rodeo. Okay, good to know.
But there's going to be players who are
good
playing
to know.
And they're like, you know what, I'm out, man. These other games are just way more.
That's a whale? Wait, dolphin is BP and monthly? No, no way. That's like a minnow. That's got to be like a minnow. Do you like Ramiel and Sunbringer design? Are you trying to gotcha me right now? Are you trying to gotcha me? Yeah, I do. I do like their designs. I like ZZ.
To play friendly, way more accessible. And as I said before, I only have so much money in my wallet. I only have so much time.
I feel like Ramiel, like her shit is kind of just out, to be fair. Her shit's just kind of like hanging out there. I will say. I could see if that takes you out a little bit. I could see that. I'm still going to be pulling her like tomorrow when she comes out, but you know, and I will be getting her summer skin. So, you know,
time for playing video games and money and more free to play. Okay. But there's going to be players who are.
You'll say you're a dolphin. You only spend like 100 a month. Maybe once you're over 100 a month. Minnow's like occasional spending. Dolphin is BP monthly, occasionally getting packs. Say dolphin is 50 to 200 a month. Whale is 200 to 500 a month. Leviathan is 500 plus. Oh no. Okay, sure. Excuse me. Minnow's Endman sword for $1. Okay, all right. Oh, there's a fucking Discord artist in my Twitch chat. Hold on. Wait a sec. Okay. All right. Leg's broken. It's over. Legs have been broken. Trying to understand because Ramiel makes me feel uncomfortable, especially if someone is around when I'm playing. I'm also pulling for her and getting her black skin to cover her a bit. With Ramiel, like, I'm no prude and I appreciate fan service, but I will say that, yeah, no, her stuffs are kind of just they're just kind of out, which is kind of like, you know, not like it's it's just like I kind of thought like ZZ was a little more like tasteful with it, but yeah, you know, chasing dupes as well territory. That's kind of what I thought. Like, I would say, yeah, I don't know. I feel like dolphin is if you're getting every character and their weapon, you are spending hundreds of dollars probably every month. Started ZZ, max out Jane, Evelyn, and Promia. Those designs are peak. Yeah, they are pretty good. I do like them a lot. Their gameplay is also really fun, all of them. I feel like in ZZZ, oh my god. I feel like in ZZZ, saying like you like a character for their gameplay is like saying when you like someone for their personality, you know what I mean? Like, oh, it's not just their looks, like I also like their gameplay. You know? I think they have fun gameplay. Bit worried that I might have to quit soon if they continue with this because it starts feeling dirty to you. And you want to know, do you actually like this or take it as a joke? I'm trying to judge anyone. Just want to understand if you're just digging in too deep. What do you mean digging in too deep? I think, dude, I think that Ramiel is gonna be like an outlier. Like I don't think they're gonna like I think this is like she's like an Alicia clone, you know, she's like an Alicia XP or something. She's got like the pink hair and all that. And I think it's just like that some developers just like really, really like Alicia. And that's why she's like this. And I don't think future characters are going to be like this. So I think this is a one-off. I think it's a one-off type thing. I think it'll go back to kind of where it was, like with Sigrid and all that. Like look at Sigrid and like Valina, you know, like it shouldn't go past that again. I haven't gotten a 3.0 story outfit yet, but I wish Ramiel's black outfit was her default one. I feel like I understand why it's not, because it's just not as like not as detailed as you'd expect from a, you know what I mean? It's not as detailed as you might expect a gacha character to be from like a Hoyo game, or really from any game. You like Enfield's tasteful fan service? I do like Enfield. Yeah, I like Enfield a lot. I feel like with a character like Ramiel, like again, I'm not like a prude, but I feel like it does get a little like on the nose. Like it's just a little like on the nose, you know? There's like a tasteful or a stylish way to do it. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like just Goonbait, yeah. DZ's been pretty blatant about it since launch, but especially since Jane. Dude, I don't know. I feel like Ramiel is still an outlier. I feel like she's still an outlier. Like if you look at Jane's like base outfit, it's more like Jane's attitude that is like fan service, because she's a femme fatale. Like I actually do think Jane is very thematically, you know, she's like a femme fatale character, you know. If you look at her actual like base, I mean they did give her a skin, but you know if you look at the base, it's like, you know. Like if a design looks like it should be in Azure lane, they've sacrificed their style. You do like gameplay? The only reason you're gonna pull Ramiel? They deprived her of her Void Hunter aura, making her, yeah. Dude, yeah. No, I get that. The thing is, like, I get it. Like, do I, you know, I'm just a human. I'm just a human male. So like, it's still like, you know, her design is still, you know, but I get it, actually. I kind of do get it. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of get it. Because Ramiel is like an extreme outlier, I think, in terms of their design, her design. What's your opinion on over-the-top fan service like Azure Lane and Brown 2? I mean, I don't play those games, so I don't play those games. Dude, I don't play like fan service games. I need a game to be like fun to me. You know? Like I don't it's if people have it, people enjoy, people can like what they like. I'm not here to like judge anybody. I don't play those games. Enfield's amazing so far in terms of fan service and endgame. Yeah, Enfield is just firing. Dude, oh God, I fucking love Enfield. Enfield's just firing on so many cylinders right now. And yeah, they're also very like tasteful with their designs, I feel like. Looking at Valina, would you say she's a politician? Is Valina a politician? I feel like isn't she more like a bureaucrat, like a government, like a official, basically? She's not like a politician, I don't think, right? She's more like a bureaucrat. But either way, I mean, you know, maybe. Okay. This is why I'm now maining ZZ, Enfield, and NTE. I'd vote for Valina, so probably. Okay. I think ZZ is another outlet for internal art divisions who want to draw risque stuff that won't fit in the environment. Yeah. Where Boot Hill had to be censored. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, it definitely fits that. I don't know. I think ZZZ, like, it obviously is more fan servicey, but again, you know, Ramiel is like kind of over the top. Like kind of over the top a little bit, but, cause like, yeah, I don't know. It's just showing a lot, like more than I expected, but. Honestly, doesn't her summer skin like kind of cover her more than her base skin? Mr. Streamer forgot he's doing React Slop halfway through the video. He's been paused here for longer than the duration of the original video. Okay, the thing is, guys, I can do this because I'm not planning on editing and uploading this as a YouTube video. You know what? I should fucking do that. I should do that. Guys, you know how many hours I put into that story analysis video? Like, the thing is, I did it for the love of the game. It wasn't like I'm doing it for the views or whatever. But you know what? That's like the meta anyway, right? I should just chop up this React Slop and just edit out all the extra bits, and then just like I could edit that. I could do that. And then I'll put Gacha. I'll put this face of Gacha Smacks in this exact right here. I'll put this in the thumbnail. 100,000 view video. Easy. Oh, is this why I saw a comment earlier, someone said about the TMNT figure in the background? Kind of base, I just noticed that. It does cover her more? Yeah, no, yeah. Tasteful, like when you open the gear panel for Yvonne? Well, you know. Rundust is made to have fan service, like you want pizza to get pizza? Yeah, no, exactly. Fine with fan service, but not when everything is just out and hanging and when it ruins the design of the character. For example, second season had 3 tall women models all in the same body. Oh, you're talking about like the Yi Xuan thing? Yeah, I don't know. The thing is, like, look, like, I wouldn't say that I don't know, from my perspective, I don't know if I'd say it ruins her design. Like, to me, I'm not, I don't know. It doesn't, I kind of like the way the character, the role in the story and the way they act and the way they're written and stuff. Is kind of is what I think of when I'm building like an impression of the character more than like strictly their design. But no, I mean, I get it, I guess. I get it. Do it, bro. You need some views. Do it, Wolves. Put up the React slot. He's falling to the dark side in real time. I clicked on the like button on that video. Yo, thank you. Pound that, bro. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I saw everybody like commenting on it and stuff too. So I appreciate the support from everybody. Thank you from watching it and all that. I do appreciate it. And like at the end of the day, I made that video because I liked the story and thought I really wanted to share those like certain thoughts I had on it. So, and I thought it deserved the effort. Because if nothing else, there's another video like out there in the ether with another Endfield video that has like a thumbnail with the word masterpiece on it. So it's like subliminal Endfield conditioning. At the end of the day, like no one needs to watch the video, but if it like shows up, it's like subliminal conditioning in their like subconsciously like altering their subconscious. As long as it just shows up in their recommended feed, that's all that really matters. No need to put his face in the thumbnail manually. With the duration of this pause segment, it'll probably auto-suggest it by YouTube. All right, let's just keep watching the video. God, that was actually kind of good. That was actually kind of witty.
You're like, you know what?
That was actually kind of witty and clever. Mods ban that guy. I'm the only one that can be witty and clever in this domain.
out, man. These other games are just
Break that guy's
way more
legs, take him out
free-to-play
back.
friendly, way more accessible. And as I said before, I only have so much money in my wallet. I only have so much time for free time for playing video games. And me trying to keep up with this very expensive game where a big part of my enjoyment is character collection, it's too expensive. I can't afford it. Why would I spend $150 to just acquire a character absent of their weapon when I can go to this game over here and spend $75 and get the character and their weapon? You see what I'm saying? It's very common sense. At the end of the day, I think we are naturally going in that direction, but it's important that the consumer remains conscious.
But I mean, I feel like I'm just like nitpicking at this point. I don't know. I feel like if you're going into a game, like I know the way that he plays Wuthering Waves, right? Where he kind of like doesn't really do much for most of the patch and then comes back and like goes like full cinema on the story and like pulls a character and has fun for a few days and then dips. Like, I feel like if you're playing a game that way anyway, like you're already kind of spending, you're going to like come back every patch and spend $100 and then leave anyway, you know? Does it matter if it's like $25 cheaper? I don't know, whatever. That's kind of nitpicky, but I don't even know why I felt the need to include that. Well, let's cut that out of the video when I react slop this on YouTube.
These games and the monetary incentives that they're doing. I think it's great that people scrutinize Silver Palace in future games in terms of whether they're doing 50-50s, so on and so forth.
Just look at the recent designs. Yidhari also looks questionable in a good way, if you know what I mean. I like Yidhari. Yidhari also has good gameplay. Okay, but like no cap, Yidhari does have fun gameplay. She actually does. I like her a lot. Patiently waiting for ZZ to deliver better on their promise of diverse Thyron models. Big Oju-sama will sell, but a game will definitely be better with another. But a game will oh wait, that was okay, never mind. Got baited into saying that. But a game will definitely be better with another Ben Bigger. Think so? I think Ben Bigger is what they need. I feel like we're only going to get like 4-star Ben Biggers or A rank Ben Biggers. They're following the FGO route by releasing a lot of SB characters. Okay, I'm of the opinion that I actually like SB characters. I like SBs. I actually really like them. Is that like unpopular opinion? I think it's like really cool seeing like development for a past character that you like and seeing like they can come back into the story, but also like a new design and kit usually like is some sort of development. It just feels cool. I don't know. It's like in an anime where like you're following like, you know, when you're following like Naruto, I don't know why I use Naruto as an example, but when you're following like one character and then, you know, you gradually see them like acquiring new abilities and stuff, it's like kind of cool. Funny because Endfield would be the game in his example where you would only spend $75 to get both character and weapon, but people fail to see that. Yeah, I mean, really, you don't even need the weapon. Like, you could be happy without getting the weapon because, like truly, like, it's not like you're not going to be able to do endgame without the weapon. I don't know. There's just less need for that. So yeah, I don't know. You could just come and get the character and then bounce, I guess. Are the mods in the room with us? Yes. What are you talking about? That's the whole point. Yeah, even though she's the biggest Gunner slob, you're still considering getting her because she's really fun to play. Yeah, Yidhari. Yeah. SBs feel special. Yeah, I don't know. They do feel special. Yeah, it's real cool to see development for a character and a good way to keep them relevant in gameplay. Yeah, gameplay and story. Yeah, they can be cool, but a cheap SB feels awful. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't see them really like doing a cheap SB though. Yeah, I mean, I guess if it's like a phoned in. But even like, I feel like FGO doesn't phone in their SBs, you know? HG does that a lot in OG Arknights. You fully expect them to do that in Enfield as well. Nice way to show character progression. Bro, 6-star Fluorite. That's all I'm going to say. 6-star Fluorite. Obviously, we're going to get 6-star Chen and Perlica at some point. But 6-star Fluorite, like, has to be... Like, it has to be a thing. They've already talked about it. We're going to put this face on the thumbnail, by the way. This is going on the thumbnail right here.
This is not to say that a 50-50 system cannot work anymore. I do understand how resource acquisition works. And there's games with 50-50, like Chaos Zero Nightmare. I haven't played it in a while, but it was a game with a 50-50 system, but you were pretty much able to gather every character because of how much resources they were giving you on a patch-to-patch basis. I understand that phenomenon, but at the end of the day, guys, a 50-50 system feels like shit when you lose, and it often helps the house make more money. That's just the reality of it, and that's why they do it. The house wins, and when it comes to gambling, all the time. That's going to be the topic of this video for today. You guys comment down below.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I kind of understand and agree, but I also feel like there's a kind of a bit of too much importance put on the 50-50 specifically, I suppose. Because like I said, if it's about the feeling bad, it's going to feel bad when you go to max anyway. I think when there's the idea of something feeling bad, it only feels bad. I said this earlier because there was a possibility of having a better outcome. That's like, I think that's like the logic of it, right? So like it feels bad to lose a 50-50 because you know that like you could have won it, but instead you lost it. Now you have to do another like 70 pulls to get the character when you could have literally, because literally a 50-50 is like, oh, it would have been like half. It would have been like half the number of pulls. But you know, like it feels bad to like have to spark an Endfield because, oh, like I could have just won the earlier 50-50, but then I had to do like 40 more pulls, you know, like it's going to feel like worst case outcomes are always going to feel bad is kind of how I feel about that. But, I feel like what we really want is just generosity. Like what you're saying with Chaos Zero Nightmare, like characters per 1,000 pulls, or if you can just get everybody, you know. Still sleeping on 6-star Zaihi. 6-star Fluorite is the easiest money printer. Bro, Fluorite would do so well. If you do upload this as a video, I'll just post another essay like you did on the previous one. Decided this is a better way to list down what you want to share. Oh, okay, yeah, that's good. That's a good idea. Yeah, use the comment section. Also, you can comment on the stream afterwards too, I think. Really like the Aventurine. Of course, animations are cheaper after main push being Himiko. Yeah. I like them. Dude, I want to get the Aventurine. I kind of did my pulls badly on the HSR banners recently. I've heard talk that Himiko Nova is an E2 merchant, and I pulled her, and I'm planning on using her with like completely raw with no light cone, because she can just use like Astral Express teammates. And I don't know, I haven't built her yet, so I don't know if that's gonna work, but HSR kind of hurts me sometimes.
Say that a 50-50 system cannot work anymore. I do understand how resource acquisition works. And there's games with 50-50, like Chaos Zero Nightmare. I haven't played it in a while, but it was a game with a 50-50 system, but you were pretty much able to gather every character because of how much resources they were giving you on a patch to patch.
Kind of comes down to how many like your characters are getting.
But at the end of the day, guys, a 50-50 system feels like shit when you lose, and it often helps the house make more money.
Oh yeah, this is what I was going to talk about too. The house thing.
Why they do it. The house wins. And when it comes to gambling,
but yeah, I mean, I feel like that, like, you know, the house will win either way. So, because if he says that the house wins when it comes to gambling, it's also going to win. It's also going to win when there's no 50-50. So, but anyway. 100% we'll get 6 stars of the Z7 squad with Fluorite being the first. That would be cool. People feel bad when they don't get the character they're pulling for. Quote from some philosopher. I mean, Yeah. Okay, guys, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go use the bathroom, and then I want to play that Arcane Epilogue quest because I am a story YouTuber now. So we're going to do that Arcane Epilogue, and I'll turn this back down. So we're going to do that Arcane Epilogue quest, and we're going to have fun. We're going to have a really good time. We're going to play the story, but I really have to pee, so... You know what? Listen to menu music. Listen to menu music for a sec. I'll be right back. Earlier gachas made so much because people get adrenaline from there being a real chance you might not get the character. Yeah, well, well, I mean, that's gambling. Yeah. The house has to pay rent and maintain proper incentive to continue their business instead of reinvesting into a more profitable business. Well, I mean, what do you mean? I don't get it. I feel like the analogy is broken down because like gacha is profitable, right? My streamer is doing story streamer now. Story stream, guys. Some like, you know, being a story streamer means sometimes we got to play the game. You know, sometimes we got to play the game and do the story. We can't just react slop all day. As much as we would love to. You think this story is any good? This outpost level up mission. I've been sitting on that for a while. All right, let's do this. Okay, long night breaking into day in the North Wheeling Exclusion Zone. Things in North Wheeling Exclusion Zone have settled down for a bit. Arcane sends you a message asking if you could help out Li Fong. Li Fong, huh? Good night, Jostle. Good night. Good night, bro. What does Arcane have to say? Administrator, got a moment? There's a favor I need to ask of you. Anything. Wait, sorry. What is it? Did anything happen? Li Fong just set off to look for his parents' belongings. The area is still quite dangerous, and I don't think he can handle the blight shades that show up. I was the one who stopped him last time. I should do it again, but I don't think I'm good at comforting other people. Heard he's at the Sheer Knight Research Labs. Imagine playing the game. Sometimes you just have to. Yeah, someone has to do it. Someone has to do it. Someone has to play the game.
This is my chance.
Should we go for our immersive story team? Isn't this going to be the new Endfield? Sorry, spoilers for the quest we're about to play, but isn't this going to be like the new Endfield team from now on? Enman, you're here as well. I'm still here as AU Wage Cuck. You're my third monitor contact. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That's a big honor, actually. Third monitor content? That's a huge honor. Because I've said this before, but don't you think it's actually a big honor if someone chooses like fall asleep to your stream? They hear your voice gently caressing them to the void. Isn't that kind of big? When I played it, I read as confronting. Oh. No, yeah. Just seeing if there's anything I can help with. I guess I'll read this, right? If there's not voice. Me too. I came here to help out with the cleanup and repairs. Oh, and I guess you found the things already? Things? Are you looking for something? Guys, is my narration good? I guess I just need to practice. Your parents' belongings, did you find them? It is. I would like an ASMR Volpez stream. Thank you. I don't know if my mic's good enough. Thanks for the concern, Edmund. When I arrived at this place, I realized that I don't even know where to begin. Arcane joining us as a permanent fourth character would be epic, TBH. Oh, dude, like, oh, so good, actually. So good. I mean, I guess this will be the first time. You know what? Let's play the quest. Let's play the quest. I want to see how things like play out. I want to see how it actually plays out. I wish I hadn't been spoiled on this, but anyway, it's because I waited too long. Anyway, thanks for your concern, Edmund. When I arrived at this place, I realized that I don't even know where to begin. Why do you say that? I was really young when they left. Sleep calls with a stream on. The exclusion zone had been cordoned off for a decade, and past records don't keep tabs on the whereabouts of everyone. 10 years really feels like a lifetime. I can't even begin to search when I hardly remember anything. Don't give up, I'll help. Volps put more emotions in the narration. It's alright, Enman. I've made up my mind already. I'll focus on helping my yard buddies find their family's belongings. Maybe I'll learn more about mom and dad during the search. Is it doing it for you? Yard buddies? Question mark? Yeah, all of us survived that disaster and lost our families to it. They asked me to help. They asked me to look for their family's belongings. I promise to bring back anything I find. Never knew you're the king of the yard. Haha, come on, Enman, stop making fun of me. So I guess we can start right here. Alright, Li Fong. Let's get your parents' shit. Why Shuang's dad should be here where the disaster struck? She insisted I look around this place. This is kind of, okay, this is actually kind of like dark, because you're like literally looking for where their parents might have like died. Like literally where they were when the disaster happened. Shuang, when did you arrive? Why do any gacha game end up EOSing if the profits are so good? It's the dev's opportunity cost. If it doesn't make them enough, they'll do something else and the game gets thrown out. I feel like gacha, I mean gacha, like successful gacha games I feel like rarely EOS, right? Like even FGO is still gonna keep going until like the heat death of the universe. Got assigned to this place after the very large rift got sealed. How did it go, Li Fong? Did you run into trouble while sealing the rift? Not really, I just followed the Enmin, Tianchi Zhuang, and the Yinlungs, and took care of the mopping up mostly. It is Li Fong's quest? Wait, so where's the arcane quest? Is this the arcane quest? Is this where you get to know the thing with arcane? I got some free time right now, so I came here to look for Uncle Bai's belongings. Oh, the Enman also agreed to help us, you know. Really? The Enman is helping? Just doing my part. That's wonderful. Let's split ways to speed up the search. Sure. I didn't know she's also a disaster survivor. Me, Shuang, Zhaoran, and Ah Sheng. We're about the same age, and we've been the best buddies even before the disaster. From what I remember, Shuang was like the genius scientist of the yard. They say she got it from her dad. And what about your interest in martial arts? But look at that side eye he's giving right there. You see that? The grown-up said I took after my mom. See. Arcane gets resolution in the Rift Sealing quest. Surprise, this is Li Fong quest part 2. Wait, this isn't Arcane's quest? It starts near a cliff with a dude trying to open a box. Oh. Sorry, Lifong, y'all keep looking. I'm gonna go over and do this over here. So where do I go? Where do I go?
You know, I've seen other Hongshan swordmancers, and everyone seems to perform the same move differently.
Well, Hongshan swordmancy focuses on the will, not the form. Being one with the blade is far more important than drilling a move over and over.
Why haven't I heard that before? I feel like we need more like conversations between operators like that. Side quests in this zone are really good. Wait, you think SPs are lazier? How is it lazy? It's like, if they're giving them a new outfit and like design and stuff, like it's essentially, I mean, they're just what, keeping their face in their head? It's like essentially the exact same. Or it's like not like really that different from designing a new character. Like they gave them a whole new outfit, new kit, new abilities. How is it like that? How is it like lazy? Anyway. I'm just gonna look it up. Where I really thought that was it. Arcane epilogue quest. Endfield. Can spend time with Arcane after the main story. Bro, what? The goat is still alive? Yeah, bro, I'm looking for Arcane's epilogue quest. Wait, somebody said it in like my comments. Hold on. Somebody said like something Arcane. More tailored conversations, seeing different operators. Yeah, it's actually really cool when they just start chatting. You think Wu was on the chopping block for 2.0? You really think so? Like, you think if 2.0 flopped, you think they would have like, you think it like EOS could have actually happened? I don't know if it was that bad. You love alters, you'll die for the alter gen. Yeah, I like alters too. Yeah, that's what Lick was talking about at the beginning, yeah. Bro, where is this? The side quest in which you fill up the rifts across the new wheeling exclusion zone with liquid Shiranite ends with Arcane. Okay. Side quest where you fill up the rifts. Fissure filling and land grouting. Is this it? Progress through the mission and unlock the AIC something and gain. Oh wait, this has to be it. This has to be it. Hold on. This day I don't understand SPs being called lazy. A person has a limited capacity to remember notable characters, so expanding existing ones is always better than bloated conveyor. Yeah, like that's the thing, you know, like if you look at Genshin, which is like never done SPs, I mean, there's so many of those characters, like those really old characters. I mean, they try and bring them back in events and stuff, but I mean, yeah, it just bloats the cast. What's the cast? This one's gonna take a while? Oh, is this like... HAS headquarters has contacted us. HAS is preparing the reclamation of the exclusion zone. Needs help handling the small rift fitters so they don't impede the transport of key supplies. Hope Endfield Industries can help our forces with AIC factory and help fill up the fissures ASAP. Share this also with their later research. Okay. Okay, this is gonna require you to like this is gonna require you to like do the factory stuff. Wait, where's Arcane? I want to see Arcane again. Where is she? Wait, what? Oh my gosh, now I have to do this? Alright, this probably isn't. Opening the north building exclusion gate has compromised the defensive capabilities of the Balefire Tower. Taking care of the very large rift is one thing, we still need Yinling Pass to protect Wuling City against the remaining Blight Shades. Although Lady Cell will be staying at Yinling Pass for a while, this is not a permanent solution. YCF is also shifting their strategic focus towards the north. The Wulingers must become self-reliant. I'm going to use this opportunity to finish the incomplete expansion plan that my predecessors have started. This will bolster the defenses of Yinling Pass. Did you go back to Arcane's home after the quest? No, I didn't. I didn't know you could do that either. Mission takes a while, you're completing it over days? Okay, this probably isn't going to happen today then. Saying XPs are lazy or like saying other versions of Spider-Man are lazy? Yeah, I don't know, like if the writing and stuff is good, if the character is like well designed, might require the use of Energen. We've detected several Energen pockets ready for extraction. Okay, so I have to figure out the gas stuff. Wait, it's kind of a sassy reply. Sorry, I didn't mean to make her defensive. That was kind of mean. Kind of unnecessary. US decision isn't directed solely by profit margins. Investors, and it's predominantly investors, need confidence in their assets, bringing a return. Okay. 5,000 liquid Shironite per rift. You can make it all quickly if you have some Shironite stockpiles though. I was lazy and set up a single production line for all three to fill up overnight. Yeah, with the gas, I also need to redo my Shironite stuff. I think I have in my bag. I have, yeah, these. Where's Shironite relays in here? Like, what is? Wait, what? Oh no, yes, Shironite. Okay, I need to probably craft more of those. Wait, how difficult is it to get gas back to the previous zones? Overflow. Wait, I remember her from the story. I think, I don't know. I guess you could just use all the gas here to... Oh no, you're gonna be like mining the gas. Okay, never mind. Never mind. So it's like other stuff that you're like mining. You can teleport now with the pipes on you? Well, you can do that.
Uh-huh.
You need to pipe it? Oh, really?
Ah.
Using the green gas in this outpost, all the others have blue gas, which is basically only for sheer night production. And one more thing. Wait, so are there gas? Did gas open up like in the other regions or something? Is there gonna be like gas that I can mine here? Or oh wait, what? There is. So they just opened up this gas vent like right next to this, right? So you can just use it right here. And they did that on purpose, I'm assuming. Whoa, no way, bro. Wait, I'm swaying out. No way. Wait, my fucking developers. My developers. Dude, I've like barely done any of this. I need to fucking stream more. I need to stream more, dude. Please do it. Talk to Arcane. Okay, so go back to Arcane's house. And you can talk to Arcane. Okay. It's probably the hardest factory to set up they've ever done, by the way. Maybe for you. Maybe for you. But for a guy like me? For a guy like me? I don't think so. Shurigen, the green gas, is more valuable? What does that do? Oh my god, wait, it's Arcane. I can't talk to her. Bro, I love Arcane. I really want Arcane to come with us. I want to see her on future missions and stuff.
Then relax. Releasing tension properly improves body
That would
control.
make me so happy.
It actually calls for a bit of technique.
Let's go find you. The HAS headquarters assigned me to give this to you. Very latest version after they compiled the new datasets from this operation. You should find it useful. You personally delivered this. It's part of my assignment. You were always busy with something. This actually gave me a chance to speak with you again. Are you returning to HAS for debriefing? Wait, hold on. Is this where she says it? Wait, hold on. No, it's at the end of this quest, right? Dang. Most problems that required immediate attention have been taken care of. As for the rest... Gas is crazy for production lines. If you're to stream just regular gameplay, even if you don't feel like yapping about other stuff. Yeah, I gotta do that at some point. Gotta do that at some point. God, I still can't believe I've missed that guide event for Sword Valdale. God, that pissed me off. Some phrase refuse to let me near the rift or its fissures. I feel relieved after knowing that you will handle it. You can definitely do a better job than me. Talk to Tianxie He if you have any questions on filling up the fissures. Her research focus on the very large rift. Okay. So this is where we go and fill up the fissures. And then we'll talk to her again after, right? It's Shearnite in gas form, so you can do physics and turn that directly into either liquid or solid Shearnite. Is that something you mine or is that something you make? You can mine Shearnite gas. Oh, dang, that's cool. Okay. Rift neutralization, gas dispersal, and gas reaction AIC have been unlocked. It's unlocked. The feature will be available to the fluid supply unit. Place a fluid supply unit next to a rift fissure to neutralize it and restore the local area. Research the 2 AIC plan technologies, gas dispersal and gas reaction. Review pilot components. Okay, I see. I see. The fluid supply unit no longer needs to be connected to the power grid. Oh, that's so odd. Okay, thank you. Oh, that's great because these don't need the power. These don't need the power grid either, right? So I just need to pipe over the Shearnite. Okay. Dang, there's so much I gotta do, bro. Both. Okay. Yeah, you can mine it and make it? Okay. Even the little bits you've done are wild, like compressing 4 forges into the space of a single forge used to take up. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Enfield has your back. Enfield has your back.
Well, she just like slipped through the ground with that. Yeah. Excuse me, like in Expedition 33, removing Perlica from our side as a character because she turns out to be evil and they add Arcane as a new Enfield lead. Yeah. Well, I mean, I like Perlica, so like I don't want her to go, but like Arcane can join us. I mean, four is not like a crowd. 4 is not like a, you know, maybe like if they were to add a 5th, like if you were to like, I think eventually if they add a 5th character who joins Enfield, then you might like start cycling characters out of the squad, you know? But I mean, like a squad of 4 is pretty nice. I mean, maybe they'll even cycle out so like you only have 2 characters with you or something. It's like 2 characters in the Endmin. That would be cool. Sorry. All right, guys. I feel like it's that time of the day. Here's what I'm gonna do. Next stream, gonna be way sooner. Because I'm gonna be making more like casual discussion videos, and I don't know, maybe I'll succumb to the dark side and edit up a fucking React slop video or something. And I'll learn how to do that, and then who knows? Who knows? We'll see. But yeah, yo guys, thanks for chatting, lurking, tuning into my broadcast. I appreciate everybody. A lot of great, fun discussions today. It was a fun stream. I really liked it. I had a lot of fun. Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. Stay safe out there. Thanks again for the support on the 1.4 story video. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. I'll see you guys next time. Stay safe out there. Bye-bye. See ya. Bye-bye. See ya.